charity body of King Charles II. The charitable body of King Charles helps charitable cause around the world. He's a member of that board, the King's Trust. Prof is a renowned professor in AI and information technology, lecturer at the University of Cambridge. Prof actually produced three or four profs. Just four, five. Prof produced 5 children that are in the World Guinness Book of Records. One of his child graduated from the University of Cambridge at the age of 13. And at the age of 16 was a PhD holder. One of his daughters is the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Glasgow. Chancellor. His daughter is the Pro-Chancellor of the University of Glasgow. So Prof is an educator, respected by the British people. Prof have produced more PhD students at the age of 16 than anybody else in this world, as I speak. So he grooms children at the age of 7 by the time they attend the university, anywhere in the world they are in contact. And so Prof is an expert in that, and has been recognized by the Queen and still recognized by the King for the good work he's doing in education for young people, bringing them to the level that they unbelievably never dreamed of being. So I'll be leaving the mic for Prof to give us what we think you will be able to go back home and transform your legislative proceeding, and also transform the relationship you have with young people. And if you need him to help your young people, your constituency, you just engage with Prof. And if you have a child, the child doesn't need to have the best exams in school. All he needs to know is the child interested in food? Does he not have to play the phone? Talk will make sure that child becomes an imaginable achiever before the child becomes 16. So I will make the rest to Prof to handle, and both by the time we finish the 2 hours presentation, we will all be able to say of truth what has what it is. So Professor Chris, please, you might see us now, and to take on.
Thank you very much. As our political analysts and political heavyweights, if you are looking for anything to know about the British political system, how many books have you written now? How many books have you written on the British political system?
3. Writing, I have 2 now that I'm launching this year.
2 on the board.
Most professors I know, their work is not as authoritative as what. And when you see him on television analyzing what is happening in UK politics, then you know that you have a brother in the UK that can decipher what's happening. Correct? Not just say anything he likes. And he still writes a blog, so I will encourage everybody here to subscribe to his blog, because I read his blog and I'm shocked at what is happening. So I'm very delighted to be invited to come here by him, and we've been through a few things in the past regarding the leadership of this country, and I believe that wherever we are on planet Earth, we were placed there by divine appointment. So wherever you are, you should shine. That's my simple belief, because I learned that from my grandmother. So I'm going to now move to the issue that we have before us. An issue that we cannot run away from. an issue that was gifted to this generation by some people will say providence, I'll say by divine allocation. How many of us here have a cell phone? How many of us have a cell phone? No. How many of us were able to log into the hotel Wi-Fi yesterday? Okay, please, I would like us to go back into it because this session is designed to change everything you knew about yourself and the technology that's given to this generation. That's the only reason we are doing this session. So that you cannot go back and do things the way you used to do it. You do it quicker, that's one thing we are going to guarantee. Quicker, cheaper, faster, cheaper, and easier. And by God's grace, tomorrow we are going to see some of it in action. All of us are going to go inside, not just in the gallery now. We've already have that booked. Inside the committee room with all the MPs here and some of the what Nigeria will call House of Reps and Senators. You're not going to see them on television, you're going to see them in the same room. So you're going to see the practical demonstration of some of the things that we are talking about today. So it's not here that whoever has this thing that we call cell phone, but by the time you leave here, you can never ever call it cell phone again. You are going to discover multiple uses for it. You are not going to call it your legislative aid. It aids you to carry out your assignment. You are going to call it your domestic aid. It's going to assist you in doing things at home. You are going to call it your secretary. So it's able to take notes on your behalf. Because if we're going to pay for it, we'll pay close to $1.9 trillion for the phone you have. Almost $2 trillion. $2 trillion. 2T is the true value of the phone you have. But this generation was somehow gifted by God. So it's just done it now. Look, everybody, look. Did you see that? I'm welcoming him to join us now. Did you see that? Can you take a screen of take a photograph of that? I'm going to make mention of it later. So I'm going to admit it now. So I'm telling you that this is not a lecture because I can't speak. I can only teach. I'm from a family beginning of teachers. I'm not a teacher. Oh, it's still a teacher. Retired, but still teaches. You can't retire from teaching. And my grandparents were teachers. So it's difficult for me to sit down and say I want to speak. So I'll teach. So now it's asking, can I approve it? I'm going to say yes, I'm approving it because he's joining our class. And you're going to know why he's joining our class later. Approve. So, why is it that you have a pen? You have a pen because you want to keep record of what's being discussed. Is that so? Yes. Why is it that you have a pencil? You have a pencil because you want to keep record. Sadly, our great-great-great-grandfather could not keep records. If I ask you now, how tall was your great-great-grandfather? 7th generation. Can you tell? No. Do you have any image, any photograph of him? No. No. So that is lost completely. There's a disconnect. Because record keeping was not discovered at that time. But now, if you look at your grandparents, you see some of their black and white photographs. Very black and white photographs. Some of us are trying to restore the pictures of our grandparents. Because we want to know who our grandparents. Yeah. And what they look like. Why? Because I may resemble my grandfather or my grandfather or my grandfather. Why? I may find out that what I'm fighting with now is a product of what I got from my grandparents and grandparents. So record keeping therefore becomes mandatory. So please, I need all of you to bring out your phone. You know, they tell you when you're attending lectures, they bring out your phone, switch it off. I beg you to bring out your phone and switch it on. Because I'm going to give you a present for switching on and being active. And the Wi-Fi that you should connect to, it doesn't require password. Those of you that connected yesterday, who were those that connected yesterday? Did they ask you for any password?
No.
No. Okay, so once you connect, what of the Wi-Fi was the MC you connected to or the other?
Millennium.
Huh?
Millennium.
Millennium. Okay, so please, if you haven't connected, I want you to connect to Millennium.
Or shall we start afresh?
No, that's fine.
It's already connected.
It's already connected. Okay, fine. Because tomorrow, as soon as you enter Parliament, all of us are going to bring out our handsets again and connect to the Wi-Fi of Parliament. It's like you know when you used to go to school, as soon as you enter the class, you start with your president. So Parliament will know that you have entered the premises of Parliament. So if anything happens to you, we'll be able to track you. Because we'll give you the exercise you will generate is especially this technical, but we'll be able to monitor your phone because you are there. And so if you lose your phone, again, it's easy for your phone to be replaced. But if you hold up to your phone, you'll be able to work that out. So I need everybody to be on that now. And we're going to first of all go to your social media, your favorite social media. Before we started, I was just asking casually how many of us are on Truth Social. Because the number one politician on planet Earth is on Truth Social. So if you're a politician, you want to know what other politicians are. So that you can do better, you can do quicker, or you can do easier. So you want to know how Truth Social. Yes. You know, I've never heard of it. Okay. For today, so you heard about a brother called Donald. His friend is a brother, it's called Donald. His middle name is John. Sometimes called Saddam Trump. Yes? You heard about Donald Trump?
Yep.
The only reason Donald Trump was able to win Hillary the first time was because of this. I'm telling you. Social media. They will make allegations against Trump. Before they finish, they are required 17 tweets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hillary will take 3 days to make a press release. By this time, Trump has stolen the lead. Up to the point that they banned him. Remember they banned him? Who can remember? Trump was banned during the first this thing. So when they banned him, what do? If you are a rugged politician, you're going to start your own. That's why he went and started this thing called Truth Social. It's exactly like it. There's no difference between it. It's like Coke and Pepsi. I mean, essentially, it's the same. So all the announcement is making now about Gaza was all on Truth Social. It's later that the newspaper will take it, then later the television people will take it. So I get to know what is happening before it happens. Because I follow him, and all they follow him, I put a notification on him. So that if he sneezes, my man said, hey, Donald Trump has sneezed now. If he coughs, he say, oh, you hear that Donald Trump has coughed. Before the news speaks it. Why? Like Godwin said, I work for and with Parliament. Yeah. And our Parliament run a parliamentary system. You will see tomorrow that the office of the Prime Minister is inside Parliament. It's only his home that is outside Parliament. So it's not the presidential system. And if I'm going to work with them and advise them, I've got to know what's happening globally. Because whatever he does somehow affects all of us in Europe. So it's my own duty. I have to make sure I do that. So you have a lot of people on social media. The last electoral cycle, the number of tweets and shares by the obedience, we saw how it peaked. We were literally tracking everything that was happening with the presidential system. Because the book I wrote in 2012 also showed that Barack Obama would never have won the election if he didn't have what? There's a phone that Barack Obama had. Who can remember what that phone was? BlackBerry. Without BlackBerry, Obama would never ever. Who is he? He's a little boy from Chicago. What does he know? A black boy from the south side of Chicago. That means he has made somebody from the slave end of the city. He didn't come from the affluent part of the Chicago. So he leveraged, and that's the word, leverage, made appear big what is small. And so he was able to take on the traditional Democrats that Jesse Jackson could not fight. One little skinny boy with two black names, for him to survive the primaries in the Democratic Party is impossible. Because they raise funds like that. Barack does not have more multi-billionaires than for this campaign. He will lose very easily. So he had to use what he had. He had to use that. Those of you that are continuing, because I hope that this conversation lasts up to 200 years. Somebody said after I said, no, to be 20. AI legislator. So the hashtag is AI legislator. That's the hashtag. AI legislator. That means can to become excellent, to become world class. Is it possible that we can deploy AI from a very rural, the most rural of the rural of Plateau, and be able to control what is happening in Washington, London, and in Beijing? Is that possible? Because if you ask my grandfather, my grandfather, what do you mean? My grandfather will take my grandfather 6 months to travel from anywhere in Africa to London. Because that was the technology available there. You had to go on the ship before the aeroplanes. Now it takes 6 hours, the same journey, the same distance, but what has happened? The technology has improved. And that is why I'm saying now, any one of you here can be president. It's not because you have the power, it's because you can now leverage the power. It's only rich people that used to have website. You have a website, it was very expensive, you have to be rich, you have to learn HTML, you have to do this, you have to do that. Now, I'll show you today how you can build a brand new website. No, sorry, I will do that. How your 7-year-old son, your 7-year-old son, the one that comes and takes your phone and plays with it, or your niece, those little boys. They'll just change your wallpaper, but you didn't give them your password. Why? Because they're digital natives. That's technical word we're using to call them. A 5-year-old has never gone to school will look at your phone and look at it like this and be irony. As soon as you go to the toilet, you don't take your phone and start playing with it. Who's experiencing that type of person? Those children, you need to hold them for 2 hands. Don't rebuke them. The natural tendency to don't. Please ask them, what did you do with it? How did you do it? Teach me, show me. Do you know why? You are empowering them to use a new tool that their generation is going to use, and you are empowering them to become top players in their field. By saying, show me. How did you know that? You say, I just knew. No, who taught you? I just knew. That means the confidence is there. Next time, you want to buy a new phone, you give them the old phone and let them use it. and search what they are doing with it. Are they using it to play? What are they playing with? What they are playing with, can we transfer it to something useful? Because they learned to use the internet now in a play way. But you can get them to do valuable things. And when Azul was saying about my children passing higher exam at very young age, it's not because they are geniuses. If you read my profile, that's when you go on my LinkedIn page, that's what it says. You say, oh, they are geniuses. No, it's not because they are geniuses. It's because they leverage the tools that are superior to the tools that I was given when I was a 6-year-old. When I was a 6-year-old, the only thing I had was black and white. They give it to you, you read it, and sometimes you fall asleep, you don't like it. And then there's no time to do that. But when my son is here, he puts one hand in the pocket, and then he uses one hand to the pocket of the phone. My mom will say, it will fall, it will fall. He said, don't worry. He will use one hand to control phone. He's so confident in the proficiency of using technology that he thinks the technology was made for him. So if your son or your daughter writes an exam and fails today, your son will not fail. No. The technology that your son used to, just like people took more than 6 hours to travel from directly from Buja here, it's not your fault. It's the aeroplane that carried you. Is that not true? So my grandparents that took 6 months to come here, it's not their fault. Because they didn't have aeroplane. All they had was enter ship, and the ship would going. Some of them would fall asleep up. It would take you, then they would eat you. It was punishing. So today, we are understanding that the latest iteration of this is what somebody called artificial intelligence. Can anybody tell me what artificial intelligence is? Who can tell me? I know you will have seen some of you have your colleagues I think were telling me the various. How many of you have an artificial intelligence app on your phone? Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, who else? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody? 4. Okay. Those of you that don't have, you every month lose $4,000. How? I'll show you how. $4,000. That's how much you lose. And then those of you that have, after 6 months, if you don't start making $10,000, I'm going to call security on you when next time you come. Why? There is what you call Google AdWords. How many of you have ever been on Google and a page just came up selling something? How many of you have ever did that? Yeah, that is Google AdWords. How many of you have ever sat down, you were doing money on business, then a book written by your friend came up on Google advertising that book? Yes, that's right. Now, Google, how many of you here have NGOs or those charity things, either Christmas for your Google likes that. Google so likes it, he wants to tell the whole world about you doing something nice. So there's what's called NGO and non-for-profit grants. It's not a loan, it's a grant. They give it to you. Please write that down. Non-for-profit grant. Google. Non-for-profit. So, for instance, you buy school fees for poor people in your constituency, right? Or you buy books for poor people in your constituency. Or you pay school fees for poor people in your constituency. Google wants to know. So that it can promote the work you're doing. And then if you write a book, and you're going to see some of the things I've done. You see my book, the first thing I will say, author's royalties, the royalty that's supposed to pay me, I want to give it to charity. So because I told Google I want to give this book to charity, do you know what Google does? He promotes the book because he loves charity. He loves charity because he doesn't want to pay taxes. Because if you donate anything before you pay tax, the government is very happy with you. They call it tax breaks. And that's what will happen to Microsoft. Microsoft said, oh, okay, I actually will give grants. Guess what happened to Facebook? Facebook says, okay, I actually will give grants. Guess what happened to YouTube? YouTube said, okay, I will give grants. So you can have up to $40,000 of grants given to you every single month. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it's a tool. You should get all the people that can pay for it. You know all the opinions in your constituency? All them for eternity. So you want to have a family reconciliation. You don't have to campaign for all the other parties. Whether it's your party or not your party. Anyway, by British standards, once the election is over, election is over.
Yes.
Every member of the opposition is your boss. They elected you. So they have access to you. And again, we're going to demonstrate that tomorrow. So what you unify the people and say, whatever you want, we are children of the same place. Please. Let's make progress in our own area. And the talent in those youths, you can very easily deploy it. And I will show you how, because you are not a father, you're no longer an MP, you're no longer a legislator, you're no longer a member of the house. You are fighting them because if they win football, do you know what happens when under 17 is playing? Nigeria under 17 is playing. Who guess what happens in that place? When in Atlanta or London, what happens? When Nigeria under 17 is playing, everybody stops everything they are doing and they place it. And when they win, what happens? They tweet everybody's dancing. Why? There's something about it. Like your own blood, your own brother and mom. You don't care what differences you had before. But because they carry the flag, look at when the Falcons, when they won, I mean, it's not Trafalgar Square. Our mayor here, our mayor in London. He knew that the Falcons won. But every player was green by green. Say, why is that green by green? Say, yeah, they won. How many balls is in the Nigerian? I said 3. How can it be 3? He said, yeah, it's green, white, and green. So the reason I'm saying is that when you achieve this purpose of unifying your constituency, it doesn't matter what the next election is, because you have a connection. And I'm hoping that you can get at least 1 or 2 schools in your constituency that you are going to focus on to assist in one way or the other, then through an NGO. If you do it directly, they don't know. But if you give the money to, I will give 10,000 to this group to buy books or to buy uniform or to buy shoes. Instead of giving to them directly, I donate it to my NGO. My NGO gives it to them. But because of that record is kept, we send the details to the registration body. And because our registration body knows you exist, you can partner with Oba here. This is what this does. This is the King's Youth Initiative to help young people in the inner city. When he was a prince, he called it the Prince's Trust. He took part of his net inspection and gave it to them. And then from there, it's used to promote other persons. And now other people did donate to it. So it's something that you must do because you have the capacity to do it. So let me ask again, how many of you, now that you use AI, how many of you can explain to one of us here what AI really is? Because some people say it's about code, others say machine learning. What is why did you download this?
Yes, I downloaded it because I'm interested in data, and the easier way of accessing that is through the AI, because all the information.
Thank you very much. I wish you could give me a round of applause for that. Okay, who else has you have? Okay, why did you buy it? Why did you want to download it?
It's the bank of knowledge.
It's a bank of knowledge. Wow. 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 That's a total. It's a bank of knowledge. Does it have any economic consequences? Have you made money from it, or have you saved time or saved money from it? So it's just knowledge for the sake of knowledge. That's right, that's right. Every certificate costs.
Prof wants to say something.
Okay.
Would like to say something?
No, I just wanted to say that artificial intelligence to me is a tech tool or technologies that organize data in computer in such a way that the human intelligence or even beyond undertakes.
Thank you very much. And does anyone have any other thing to say? What you are saying? Very good. Does anyone have any other thing? Another anything to say?
Okay, I think, this thing has to save time.
Sorry?
Is your work of council research?
Is research,
Is research.
time, everything. That's great. Everybody is correct at the very basic level. At the very basic level, everybody is correct. How many of you know all the proverbs in your native language?
Yeah. Only I can.
How do you know? You ask it
In my language.
in your own mother's language, in your mother's language.
It's a bank of knowledge.
Yeah.
That's why it knows everything.
Okay. Because our grandparents and great grandparents will be very angry with us. If when they were growing up, if they needed to find out anything, they'll wait until tomorrow morning when the library opens. And then they'll go to the local library. And that library will not have all the books. And that library cannot, oh, you are going to go to the state library. And you go there, they will not have all the books. And then you have to go to the national library. So knowledge was very restricted for them. That's saved knowledge. But current knowledge was also restricted to them. They have to find by daily times. So if there is a coup today, you have to wait until tomorrow to know anything about it. And when you are hearing about it, you're not sure, you hear about it, you're not sure. But now, if there is a coup, look at this. They said this is a wristwatch. How can this be a wristwatch? When every notification I have on my cell phone comes in, my Twitter feed comes in. When you go to the gallery yesterday, tomorrow, they are going to take all the photos from you because once you enter the gallery, they enter where the prime minister is, where the minister are, so they are afraid. So they take the photos from you because they think that. Oh, but your wristwatch is still with you. So this is the prodigal generation. When someone will say, oh, since the campaign, they don't have money again. I say, really? You still have a phone to say yes. What do you do with the phone? To push funny videos about how the president said this, about how the Senate president said it. He said, I said, is that all you are doing? I said, from now on, from the hours of 9 in the morning to 5, don't use this phone for jokes. Because it's not a phone, it's a device that you can turn that knowledge straight into money and support people. And you can very easily do it. So that's why I'm just giving the background to this. Let's test what we said so far. Let's find out this early part of our discussion. Hey, fireflies.
What's up?
Yes. So this is the horrible generation.
Hello, I'm Fred, your Fireflies AI assistant.
Okay, go ahead. So someone had a question.
Okay. Well, I thought you were done with the AI thing because it appears the way you promote it seems to be the almighty of all information. But from my little research about it, it also has limitation. It only makes use of the available information or data that already.
Oh, we'll come to that. We'll come to that. No, I'm sorry. No. It doesn't. It's not the.
Okay.
We're just comparing with what our parents had
Okay, that's
that we didn't have. Because if you don't look after it very well, it's so powerful, it can put you in trouble. It can have what's called hallucinate. And we lost the best selling police officer in the UK a few weeks ago because of this. Because he misused it. He didn't understand that it's a knife. You know, knife? It can cut you, the user, and it can cut the animal don't cut. So it's a double-edged sword, so we have to be very careful how we use it. So that's why we're going to come to a practical aspect of it later. Let me just prompt Fireflies again now. I think it's woken up. Hey, Fireflies. Hey, Fireflies. I have multiple locations on that. Hey, Fireflies. Okay, I'm going to come back and ask Isaac to do some sharing on that. But let me go back now. Let me go to my slides. Let me play back of my slide. Good. So this is the maze.
I see the meeting is continuing.
Well, we have cars.
Professor
and
Imafidon
cars
is
help us
asking.
a lot. But do we have car crashes?
Yeah.
Do we have car accidents?
Yes.
That's where you come in. So you are going to regulate the use of technology because you have already used it and understood the abuses of it, the abnormal use of it. But what we don't want to happen is for there to be a disparity between our cousins in Yaba and those in the rural area. But I'm going to show you that because of the power AI, Nigerian youths that live in Nigeria, they've never left Nigeria. They don't even have passport and any dollars today, legitimately. Because you see, all the phones you have now, in 2 years, nobody's going to, you can't use it. Because it's not AI enabled. Some of the apps, you know, WhatsApp tells you to download the new versions. So you are going to be forced to download the new version of WhatsApp that you cannot use anymore because if your hardware is not compatible with it, you don't really use your WhatsApp. And some of you have seen that with the old Nokia. The old Nokia, for those of you that have it, you have seen that. So these ones are going to be like Nokia, all the phones you're having now. When it really starts. Because we're still in the very, very elementary phase of it. So the two questions I want us to know: do we want to be part of the people that will adopt it early, like of leaders, or do you want to be people that will take it after others have done it, which I call followers? So you've got to make up your mind. If you want to lead with it, then you cannot allow your neighbor to have it and you not have it. It's okay because Italians ban ChatGPT. You know Italy? If you use ChatGPT in Italy, you're in trouble. They have to go up to test and they say why? They said because it was getting hold of so many information and there's information overload. So the government of Italy banned ChatGPT. And I felt so sad. I said we should also ban the calculator. Because the calculator is making children weak in terms of adding up. We should also ban Excel spreadsheet. Because especially it's making us forget, so you know the ledger, we don't have a ledger, you put in especially so we should also ban that. And after that, we ban pure water and drink test water. And then keep taking one step backward and backward and backward and backward. Until our parents wake us up and say, come on, what are you saying? The first time I sent a fax message from my city to a city that was 3 hours, I told my mom, I told my mom I want to go outside the fax. It's okay. They do quickly. My grandmother said, Where is the envelope? Because my grandmother knows that to send any letter, you must get an envelope. Then you put it inside the envelope. Then you leak it. Then you go to the post office and buy a stamp. And then you leak it again. And then you put it on top of the envelope and then you go out. So how can you tell me that you want to go and send something? You say, what did you say you got to go and so quickly send it? So that you can receive it before the end of the day. Even a wish cannot do that. That's why when you use technology logically, it's like magic. So here is you can get every single part of your work you're doing now, the document work you're doing, handled by technology, or you can say, no, I want to do it myself. In which case it will take me longer. In which case it will be hard. In which case it will be more difficult. In which case you may not even finish it. And yet it will cost you money. Why am I saying this? We've already calculated it. I'm going to come back to this slide later. What we've done with the PwC. PwC, big accounting firm, told us $15 trillion. So that is the digital market. And this is a very conservative thing. It's not really added up all of $15 trillion. That's what we're going to add to global GDP. So if we want to be part of the new market economically, we can turn our back on it, or we can then say don't use it. Do you know how bad I feel when I hear that somebody is out of job and the person is well? When I hear that the youth is unemployed, I feel so bad. I feel really, really terrible. Because there's no youth I have seen in my life that I cannot employ. It doesn't matter what they know. If they have 5 fingers and they can press buttons, I'm ready to employ. So they should be global, there should be zero unemployment. Why? Because technology now said where there is job, then those that don't have job can still work here. Before, if there is job in Lagos, you have to move all your luggage from here and go and work in Lagos, right? But now, you can sit in your house and still work there. And that's why I love the youth in Yaba. Who knows where ChatGPT was constructed, when it was developed? The original version, version 1. Who knows, who can guess? Which city in the world do you think it was built? Across cities, ChatGPT. Who can guess?
Was it Yaba?
Yes. Yes, good guess. Any other person? The Americans told me it was moving. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, that made activity, says it's American invention. And most people believe it. Okay, now bring up your phone. You are going to tell me the precise thing. Please, I need you to type into your Google OpenAI development in Africa. OpenAI, Open AI development in Africa by Gen Z. Gen Z. By Gen Z. What's the output? I'm interested in output.
By Gen Z.
Eh?
Gen Z.
Gen Z. What people they call Generation Z. That means your children that are 20 plus. Can you see anything there? Well, what did you see? What did Google tell you? If you can't get it, then type Kenya next to it and type Nigeria next to it. And it will surprise you. And they're doing exactly what they did before.
Gen Z partnership that has focused African tech investment on BTROS, an initiative designed to fund centralized Bitcoin development rather than open artificial intelligence.
Okay, we're coming to that. We're going to come to that. Yes, and this, I want historical. Now, Gen Z, Kenya, AI developments. Gen Z, Kenya, AI development. Because we didn't have regular light, they moved it. I was up in Garissa. Garissa is about 6 hours away from Nairobi. I was up in Garissa. And you need to see people that have moved on their skill set. Without laptops. Have you seen that? Kenya Gen Z. Is experiencing growth. No, this is bigger than growth. Okay, can you type Time Magazine next to that? So Gen Z, Kenya, Time Magazine, Gen Z, Kenya, program Time Magazine. And then I'll do one for everyone to see. I need you to see this. I don't just want you to believe what I'm saying.
Wow, even Lagos.
Sir, excuse me, sir. A prophet is not without one except in his own home. Those boys, if I tell you what they are doing, it's bigger than oil well. Because if we fly to California, every year we fly people to California and beg them to come. Because it's not possible for people in California to program to do. Are you listening to what I'm saying? I believe in every constituency. So after school, if you bring them together to say, I will pay you $5 a day. I just want you to turn up to learn how to program in Python. These are not young boys. These are people that even, what did you say, sir? Jack Dorsey. How many of us know who Jack Dorsey is? He's a multi-billionaire that owns Twitter right from the world go. He is talking about the future, but I'm just saying the past. Because if we're paying them $2 an hour in Kenya to program, if you hire an American developer, if you say $100 an hour, it will insult you. $500 an hour, they will start talking to you. So if we can get a generator in a building, right? That's all that pushed those children to pay. It wasn't that the tariff was paying, the tariff was not paying. Like the electricity, the continuous electricity was paying. The security was paying. And that's why they moved everything to pay. I don't know about people pay recently. Who's going to pay recently? If you enter Kenya right now, before you leave the aircraft, you have Wi-Fi has already hit your phone.
Yes, I've experienced it.
Yes, you hear that? Do you know why they did that? Because they smelled the rat. When you are looking for rat, you smell it there, then you go there. Microsoft is building a massive campus. Rural Kenya, not Nairobi. I keep saying not Nairobi. They're not going for the old economy. The old economy is in Nairobi. The old economy is in Lagos. The old is for Harcourt. The new economy is in your constituency. And we have been divinely given this tool at this time. And all we need to do is guide our children. I don't care whether they're your biological children or your spiritual children or your physical children. They are your children. Do you know why? Sir, when you help them, by the time they make it, they will never forget. They will never, because they know that that's the of that. But you enable them to be able to understand basic programming and show them how to be able to upload their skill in GitHub. And GitHub is a place where every programmer goes to go. You know, like hunters come up in the morning looking for any antelope to shoot down. Every single CEO and CTO is looking for, hey, what's in GitHub? Once you get the GitHub, they don't send an email and say, are you free to come to social because we want to interview you? Listen, you can't apply for the job. You didn't apply for a job. You were just minding your own business. People headhunted you when you found out where you were. And they don't ask you whether you are tall or short. They don't ask whether you are black or white. They don't ask whether you have visa or no visa. They don't ask for anything of those silly things. They just give you a job to do. Once you do it, they look at it, they pay you. You do it again, they look at it. How many of you have ever used Fiverr.com? How many of you use Fiverr.com? There's a website called Fiverr.com. Are you sure you're Nigerian? I think Nigerian.
That's why we're here. Exactly.
So Fiverr.com is the only Fiverr.com give you $5.
Yes.
So you advertise that you can do poster for you
Exactly.
or leaflet for you, and then somebody comes there, you give it the details, you do the poster, give back and they give $5. Are you listening? So when you're saying the naira is going down, they don't care. They don't pay the $5, they put them inside crypto. If I tell you what those thinkers are doing, if I tell you what they are doing, some of them are any more than senators. But they just keep quiet. Literally. Not just any more than senators, they are being begged by the Americans. So, you know, Trump said that. Trump said it's not going to give anybody this. So Trump said he doesn't want anybody that is not an American to come to America. Who heard that? Eh? Did you hear that when Trump said it? You know who replied him? Elon Musk. Elon Musk replied Trump when Trump said he doesn't want foreigners to come. Elon Musk said, what are you saying? If we don't have foreigners there, Tesla will not go. You know the problem. You know Tesla is a software company. If Tesla is a car company, you know Tesla is not a car company. You know that, right? You know the entire thing in Tesla. If the software is not working, the car doesn't drive. Who knows that? So it's a software company. Now you have to update the software. If you don't update the software, you know what will happen? All the cars you sold will be returned back to you. And the so-called richest man in the earth will collapse. So do you understand when you say data? Because data is the new oil. So do the experimenting in your consequences. Within a thing, don't ask anybody with a PhD for PTO. Are you listening to me? Because this is a mistake most of us make. We go and look for a community giant. No. Look for those ones that have creativity, tenacity. They try this type of work, they try again. Those are the people that are in negative. When you get to them in negative, they don't want to work and they don't show up. You will never know that they are 6-figure salary in dollars. 6 figures in dollars. So you are saying the naira is going down, they don't get. We were obedient to that because they already know they can do full stack program. So this is why I'm saying that it's 15 trillion conservatively. The whole of China, they don't have programmers and run the program. The whole of China. Or India has some in a place called Bangalore. Please write it down, Bangalore. Bangalore, India. There's a city called Bangalore, India. That is what I want your local government to be. To beat, not beat. When you will get the people that they say they hate school, they don't like school at all, but they like dollars. Who are people like that? They hate school, but they like dollars. Yes? Some people, when they come to you, they say, don't worry. They want to ask for money. They say, don't worry, I don't want to give you. I want to do that. Come back tomorrow with your phone.
Bangalore, you say.
Yeah, Bangalore. Bangalore, India. So when they say, can you see what they wrote here? Everywhere you see my name, you see multiple Guinness World Record. Everywhere you see my name. You know how I did the records? I don't run the same race using the same tool as my competitor. Let me just say this slowly. They tell us that to understand math, you have to study for 5 years. After 5 years, you write high school exam. Is that what they tell us? Yeah. That whole 5-year math can be compressed to 19 weeks. And on the 20th week, you will turn up and write the same exam and score more marks than people that spent 5 years. Is that fair? Because those 5 years, it's like going by sheep. And and then the other person flew. So it's not ability you are testing. You know what we are testing? Instrumentality. Which instrument did you use? So the speed is a function of the tool you use. And my brother was saying that when we have a committee meeting, we bring in somebody to examine it, like for example, we brought the Bank of England governor to sit down and all the MPs sat down and were firing questions, asking questions. Do you know what happens? 3 minutes after the meeting ends, everybody has their own copy of the transcription. Let me say this slowly. We meet to discuss. 3 minutes after the meeting, AI has already translated everything. So you want to call the hands-out society. You know what hands-out? Yeah. Those human beings were taking, they were writing and they'll be sweating. I said, excuse me, repeat, sir. They'll be asking you to repeat what you said because they didn't catch it the first time. AI doesn't. Like we used to have copy typists. Most of them now, they don't have a corrective fluid. Use corrective fluid. That's gone. So all the accolades I have, all of you, I can take a bet against you now. Like your 6-year-old now, by this time next year, has already finished high school maths. And if you ever annoy me, I will not even teach that child. You will teach that child. And if you annoy me for
How do I know this? Just
So, I know most of you last weekend saw the Reverend Jesse accident, right? Huh? Yeah, this is that's my
Yesterday.
No, we did it yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Okay, in 1994, I was invited to come to Georgetown University to come and give a guest lecture. Then he was a shadow senator for DC. And we chatted over this thing called maths and computing and how maths was disproportionately affecting computing. And that discussion led on to many, including chat what we had here. So if you go online and type this, that's that's my biological model. The last time Jesse came down here, literally he was like a father figure to me. No, I lost my father about that, but it's a long time ago. So the entire funeral, that's what I'm going to now. The entire funeral was blocked by the White House because the White House was busy fighting the war. We had to use AI, deploy AI to talk more about the funeral before it then went viral. I'm just giving you a practical use of this thing that they say was made in America. When really it was made by your sons, it was made by your cousins, it was made by your nieces and nephews. And you can replicate the next one in your consequence. If you don't have like, or you can get scholar, if you don't have scholar, you can get but to start with, you are able to do it. So please, my own is that you either become the architect of this transformation or you become a casualty. Because the level playing field is now even, like in football. So if our under 17 can go and defeat England under 17, do you understand what I'm saying? We can also get our under 17 to defeat American under 17 in program. In AI and in technology. Why? Because it has huge consequences. Financially and in health wise. Do you know how many of our politicians come to London to die? Rich men come to London to die. Because London is perceived to have the best of technology. And then you know how many of Nigerian trained doctors are now treating Nigerian leaders in London. Please write it down. 15,000 Nigerian doctors And he knew that 15,000. 15,000. The experiment we did with a pigeon. And yeah, listen to this. So we showed the pigeon images of cells, and we trained the pigeon to know good cells and bad cells, or normal cells and cancerous cells. So when the pigeon sees the normal cell, it will tap and go this way. If it's abnormal cell, it will tap and go this way, and it will give the pigeon food. And the pigeon was able to do diagnosis 85% more accurate than humans. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Technology profoundly affects economy. Okay, that's fine. I just stop that. Then when it comes to deep mind, please also write it down. Deep mind. We don't have time to look at it. Deep mind, it is a diagnostic tool that we can tell whether a disease is there or disease is not there. Deep mind. Yeah, deep mind. And the problem we have in the UK is that we're highly regulated. So when we have a new disease, a new medication for disease, or new treatment for disease, we cannot try it on, before you try it on rat to see if it works. If it works on rat, then you try it on bigger animals, then you try it on primates before you try it on humans. You know that's what it used to be. So if you try it now, right now, in the university, and that animal dies, they will do a postmortem. And if it dies because of your you will be sacked. Let me say this slowly. Animal experimentation is crime of exploitation. So how many rabbits in dust police were arrested? So now you can who's in charge of the health? Who's the health community? Who's the house head? Okay, so now if it was here, you need something you can sit down and do and you draft. I understand. And go to the teaching hospital and say, who how many of you here are broke and want money paid in dollars? Get your degree and all the qualifications you have up on LinkedIn now. Put it on LinkedIn. Write what you have done research on. Put it on what you have done research on. Then next time you are coming, you book an appointment to see them and the fellow college medical school. And say, I have potential to go to school. If I understand that difficult, I know this reputation. I'm in legislation. And we have a group of people that are ready to help you in your clinical trials. 2 or 3 of them will visit, see what is happening, see the setup there. If it's not up to their standard, we'll bring people, set up the standard in your place. That thing will be used for treating animals, treating human beings, and we pretend to be the health innovators. Because what they now want is that hospital in just will be connected directly to London, and you don't have to travel. And they will train the locals. Did you understand what I'm saying?
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. There's a collaboration here.
So,
Different from that's what talk is good. So what talk is saying is, in this country, doing clinical trials on animals is criminal.
yes, it's
Okay,
So that is your own country, but we don't have an.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's
a big issue.
But I look at a University of Cambridge, for instance.
Yeah.
They will now use veterinary center as a clinical trial center.
That's right.
Because they're having many in Africa now, in Kenya,
Yes,
in
yeah.
Zimbabwe, they're using African medical center. So it's not because the only best veterinary school in Nigeria is involved. Yes.
So, will you bring the head of the department?
Yes.
So
So that's what.
I'm going to have this. Because when the king was coronated, and guess which country he went to first to go and visit? Who can guess? The first country he went to go and visit.
Yeah.
Do you know the MOU that was signed? And saying the whole lot. Whatever he signed in Kenya, we can do 10 times more in Kenya. So as Mr. President is talking, this is what I will do. what people don't understand. They think the government is, oh, London has big problem. London has its own problem. Massive problem that only us can solve. In the whole of Birmingham, there are 33 schools. So ask me how many maths teachers are there? I mean, 33 schools, how many maths teachers? Can you guess? You are very optimistic. Lower, of course. Lower.
15.
Lower. Because all the maths graduates, you take them and put them in computer programming. How much students are sitting next to you in class? Be learning twice as much as you. If you have done the maths, then go and use it. Only three. Three. They have to get psychology and train them how to teach maths. Britain is in a hell of a problem. It's not about. Hell of a problem. And we cannot solve it. Because we are very, very proud. We have 2.3 children. So we don't want a lot of children. The average family here, in Nigeria, you take all the blessings at home. You don't have all those silliness that they have. So our youth population, our median population is 19 years old. 19 years old. In Britain, do you know what it is? 47. So Nigerian doctors are going to still be coming here. Whether I like it or I don't like it. Because the medical school here are what? God bless you. Whatever God bless you, take it. Because you can't talk to Senegal. Yeah. This is what my grandmother said. He said you can't be returned to Senegal.
Gakwa has 23 children.
So in 1988, I had a Jewish mentor that was telling me about Esther system. And said, nobody wants it. Take, you know, what nobody wants. Take it to you. So, okay, but I don't respond because it didn't make sense. And then when you want to do anything with it, you have to do with pen and paper. But 1988, you don't know. So we did some experiment with it. And then, as soon as it was a so-called Y2K, when it came to the 90s, then the computers started getting power. So what we're doing with pen and paper, we can now give computers. And so that's when we wrote the first. I forgot to ask you a question. What I normally say is, when was AI invented? Who can guess when was AI invented? What was say is when ChatGPT was invented? Who can guess when was AI invented? When was AI invented? Just guess. It's not an exam. 2001. Good. 2001. Any other person? 2000. Any other person?
2014.
Oh no. Oh, thank you. It may be the newspapers. Because they said there's weapons of mass destruction. All of us were there. When God was against any of us. Now there's COVID, everybody wanted to COVID. Now they said what they said they're for Gaza. What did they say that people? They just take one story and CNN said it a million times and they believe.
1950s.
Yes.
And can you question well at the very beginning of AI, then the real people behind it, if I give you their name, you will recognize them immediately. The first letter of the alphabet of their name is A, followed by D, followed by E. I will stop there. Does that sound familiar?
Nigeria.
No, does it sound English?
No, I didn't.
And they
He only came to come and get his degree and leave. He was not interested in the intellectual property associated with developing such things. You just wanted to get his master's, and then go. You don't do your degree and go. Because you just wanted a piece of paper, which is the crazy thing. Because Britain does not believe in that. Britain are invented, but they don't believe in the piece of paper. They believe in what you can do with the piece of paper. So, again, I'll make some of these available in our further discussion. In April 2008, another IP came to my house because they told me they can't supervise it in artificial neural network. That's what it was called, artificial neural network. I said, okay, why are you doing this? He told me his fascination, he told me he told me what he did. Wow. That's the case, I'm going to take on the solution. And I need you to, when you are from the plane of happiness, you need to take out the on artificial neural network. That was published 2011/2011. You will not believe it. So when I'm talking about AI, I'm not talking about the AI that just come up now. So because of that, I just stopped all my teachings. I said, I'm not going to do any teaching again. I'm going to do all my teaching on the machine. And my marking, of course, I'm not going to do my marking. No, I don't do my marking. If you give me a page visit, you know what I do? I give it to my AI. It marks exactly where I mark. I give you the score exactly where I'm doing the score, and the comments exactly, and I give it back to you. And you will never tell my AI. It's called Keith.ai. Keith. Keith.ai. If you go on my LinkedIn page, you see this. They put me advice page. Do you know how I came about? He was on the very student. He was on the very student I did project. Did you get what I'm trying to say? That's why, although I work for the government, and I will always work for the government, I'll be involved in public debates and public influencing public opinion. But I was still retaining my roots, working with young minds, fresh minds that challenge government and push the values. There's someone say we'll burn the wall. Right? We say we'll burn the wall. Then we shape the culture. Is that what it says? So there's Nigerian that my grandmother used to sing, they now just stop to burn the wall. Now this we'll burn new word. B-O-R-N, burn new word. Not burn this word, we'll burn new word. Because the world we are going to live in another 3 years is going to be different. So if you are not ready for it, people that are less able than we will do faster, quicker, and easier. So that's why we then move on to mobile agents, where I will give a set of instructions to a computer and go and do it. And that's what you do with your phone. All of them are just trying to do, that's what you do. You give an instruction, say, find this out for me and tell me where it is. I said, hey, ChatGPT, find out for me how far Wakanda is from Kenya. He came back and said, 760 kilometers. I said, I mean Wakanda? He said, yes. He didn't know that Wakanda was a fictitious. that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. He hallucinates because he wants to please you or help you. So there is good, bad, and the audio of ChatGPT and every other application that you ever had or seen. Okay, now here's my definition. Sorry. After all these years of using AI, here's my definition. You won't see this in any book. So that's why my perspective is different. AI is an application of a body of knowledge. I'm giving this to you free. To solve problems or do tasks that our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents thought was impossible to do. Therefore, I don't call AI artificial intelligence. I call it achieving impossibilities. Whatever you thought was impossible, you get it to do. And so if you go with that perspective, the way you do things will be different. So you're not talking about code, you're not talking about AI is your silent partner in web creation. I'm using for web creation. Every post you have on your Facebook page is money waiting to be made. Every post you have on your Twitter is why? Because you're going to marry it. Because social media is not just about platform. It is our new century for instant connection, communication, collaboration across continents and across communities. That is why I beg all of you, whether you're a Trump supporter or you're a Trump hater, I beg all of you, because the best case study for social media is through social. Because it feeds the matter movement. You can start whatever we going to like, and then you can feed it from the social media. Before the newspaper tells the lie about you, you want to know that, wow, this is where the communication is. It's a communication across continents. And it gives you multiple linguistic variation. I don't know if we are professionals, we're professionals speaking into leadership and culture. I don't know if lawyer, yes, civil engineer, okay,
Lawyer.
Huh?
Lawyer.
Lawyer. So do you still have a firm? So do you practice in Nigeria?
Yeah.
Do you earn money only in Naira?
No.
So you also consult internationally. Fantastic. Do you have customers that don't speak English?
No.
Okay. Everybody's here now. You're going to take a bet. I'm going to quadruple the turnover of this practice. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to break down the linguistic barriers and get him to represent people in Spanish and Dutch. Spanish Dutch. You speak Dutch?
No.
Nine.
French Dutch? Oh, so yeah. I've got forever. Okay. So now,
Only language that speak English.
okay. Now, I can go there and train his best staff, or ask for his best staff. So the staff that is not most dedicated, right? The one that likes to come to work, even the people of holiday. I can train that person to be able to use AI. And like you said, French. So it be the name of your company at yahoo.fr. You know, yahoo.ac, AC, .co.uk is English, .com is American English, then .fr is French, .de is German, .it is what? Italian.
Yeah.
So he will now have a translation of all the materials he has now for promotion. You know, he has a leaflet, he gives people, he has a website, this is what we do, this is what we've done with it. We will convert all of that to Italiano. Then we convert all of that to German. And then we convert all of that to Spanish. Then someone from his constituency. No, the reason I'm saying this is made in Nigeria. You know when you look at the whole this one will be made in Nigeria, made in your states, and deploying it internationally. So that you have clients that are looking and are searching on the internet, Google.de will now also come to you. So if you go to Google in Düsseldorf and type say you are looking for a lawyer, one of the lawyers will be in. Or if you are looking for an engineer, one of the engineers will be in.
Becomes an international lawyer.
He was born that way, he didn't know. Every Nigerian, let me explain to you, every Nigerian is a genius. Some of them are expressed, you know when you get orange, you squeeze it, juice comes out of it. That's expressed genius. Others are suppressed. Others are oppressed. Others are repressed. But none of them is not a non-genius. Because when you put a Nigerian in jail in America, if I tell you what they do,
Sir,
yes, sir.
I think there's a limitation on that. Let me use for instance the profession.
Okay.
Every nation,
Yes.
they have their jurisprudence.
Of course.
And again, outside that, there are requirements, licenses for them to
Of course.
So if somebody from Dutch, for instance, wants to be
Yes.
is he qualified? Having the only license he has, unless it is going to register for, it is an international body.
This is a very good question. This is what I say no.
Yes.
This is what I say. Because if you are in Florida, you are a doctor registered in Florida.
Yes.
If you go to New York and start treating patients, police will not know.
Yes.
Because there is localized registration. There's what's called public registration. Right.
No, but that's not how.
No, I'm coming. It's similar to law.
Yes.
Because if you are registered in Nigeria and you start practicing in this law,
Yes.
you are in breach of the law.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, but
Until you get the license.
Yes.
yeah, but what we do is when we have clients in other clients, we do the solicitor analysis of their work, then we collaborate with our colleagues in those other jurisdictions. Yeah.
So that's right. Except that.
Okay. Except that one thing I forgot to tell you. With there, I told my mother, I said, close your eyes and imagine that there is somebody that has read all the books in the world. But all the books are available to the world. And ask the person that question. He said, oh, is that what it is? I said, yes. I see all the paintings in the world and ask him about painting. I said all the music in the world and ask him about music. And I watched all the places in the world and ask him about the place. And that is the art. Because that my brother said encyclopedia. That's what he said. He said it has a reason for the bank of knowledge. So there is nothing that man has ever seen that AI has not seen. So this is why you came to London. This is the only reason why you were born. So that you can exceed the achievement of your parents. That's why I said what our parents thought was impossible. You know, that's what we say. You in Africa, we don't give them any. Once you give birth to a child, you don't grow. Yeah. The first thing they just grow, the top arrows. Right. Let me explain to you. In Africa, once your wife becomes pregnant, your mother, your grandmother, and your great grandmother, once they're still alive, they go and consult. Yeah. Who is this child going to this family? That's part of my project. When they consulted, that's when they now say, okay, we'll call him Baba Tunde. Because our father that went, he has come back to come and fight the war. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not trying to be unkind. I'm saying there are some parents, when they give birth to a child, they need the purpose. Because when you got your shoe, you need the purpose for this shoe. And when you got your slippers, you have the purpose for it. How can you give birth to a whole human being and not have a purpose? Who said about Boris Johnson? Boris Johnson.
One prime minister.
Okay. Do you know the college he went to in Oxford? Anyway, everyone here knows he went to Oxford, right? Okay. Do you know the college he went to in Oxford? Who can guess? Okay. Do you know when it's very? Do you know when they decided he was going to go to Oxford? Who can guess? When? Can you guess? No, just guess. When was it decided that that young man would go to Oxford?
At first.
Eh?
At first.
He said that, but that's Cameron. That's very late. Wow. There's a school not far from me to wait that. Don't know that people. You have to register your son. Once the minute you know it's your son, when they do scan and you see the boy, you go and take form. The day the boy is born, you quickly write the date of birth and give it to them. Say name to follow. You register for that school at birth. Because if you don't register, the queue for it, oh, school. That's where the child won't go, that's what.
Teaching college.
Yeah, 18 college.
Teaching college. Hinton.
But the Johnson was decided before the father was born. His baby father wrote a bill to say, my children, my grandchildren, my great grandchildren must come to this university because this is the university I made you. And if they don't, this is my will. Don't give them the inheritance. The man has died a long time ago, but he decided to determine which school his children that's that. So when Boris Johnson and his own brother were in the same cabinet at the same time, it wasn't because they are not. It wasn't because they were doing. Yes, like a brother. How can you two of brothers be in the same cabinet? Are you the owner of the nation? And the sister was also doing this through legal. Even though I to the legal. So three people from the same family will be in the cabinet. So you understand what I'm explaining this to you? Because, like I said, you can't hear this and go back saying the rubbish they talk about. Say, oh, he's a genius. He's from a genius family. He's a lie. And that's what I don't like about the media. They tell the newspaper. Say, oh, there's something. When they describe me, when you see me, be expecting hero just come on my head. It's a lie. If you lay a foundation for this building, nobody sees it. There is the size of the foundation that determines how far you can build the house. You know that? So that is exactly what you're going to do in your constituency. So don't talk about any child in your constituency is your child. Argue with the parents. Because when they become successful, they'll remember that They will call their parents from, you heard about there's a girl, I never really, I've never seen her before, but she read about my daughter's exam results. And the mother said, oh, I like colors. She said, why? He said, because I like the result that your daughter got. And my daughter don't get 10% of it. So why 10%? He said, no, it's not like your family, it's the computer. No, don't worry about it. Okay, so I'll tell you that because I'm part of the emergency event is happening. And you know, we are on Ireland. We allow our bases to be used by our
Yes.
brother in the White House. Who are
Yes.
the housing trouble.
But it was, he has rejected your offer.
He's lying. They are using our bases. They didn't use it.
No,
So
okay,
yes,
okay,
they-
but it's not using your armor carrier. He returned that one. The two that you're saying.
we are already in trouble because they see us.
Yesterday, the RMF
And they are
intercepted a missile heading to Bahrain. The British Royal Air Force.
yes. And that's what makes us target.
Yeah.
All of us are. And anybody in the community who gets.
I bet when they leave out in Google.
I know. So really, if you are here, you are not
For those of us that are traveling to,
16 different social media, 16
Sir.
different platforms.
sir,
Yes.
for those of us that are traveling to Saudi, is there any risk? Risk.
And it depends.
Where to work?
Saudi.
Yeah, it depends. Because
It's a flashpoint.
because of the animosity, you know there's animosity.
There is, it's a high risk.
So it wants,
The high
they
risk.
want to teach him a lesson because Ayatollah, because he has give instruction. Okay.
Sir, in clear terms, it's a high risk state you don't travel.
I know. That's what I'm going to say. That's none of us can travel. Of course, man. So they are not the target.
Yes.
Do you know who passport I'm using to travel now? Even if the person doesn't have information, I give my father the private. It's true. They are provoking him. And he put a fatwa before he died that if is Netanyahu, Netanyahu should be. You know?
Prof, be speaking, talk openly, Prof.
And they said, we're going to take someone else. And if anything happens to him, I want you to go, make sure that you give them an invitation to the party. So, we are just.
So he's on a time bomb.
But we are just causing trouble, and it's not unnecessary. That's
Unnecessary. Unnecessary.
Because the question I asked repeatedly is whether truly there was any imminent threat.
Yeah.
The threat was what?
That's it. The other thing is talking about getting set for a friendly thing.
Yeah, not this one. Yeah, I said last week.
No, you repeated,
That
you know,
the
the
next
express
packet,
problem.
the question we didn't.
Yes, I guess there is of this problem. It is
Okay, so the answer is execution they ask. So they provide the hashtag. It's everybody, I'm begging you, everybody, you must have multiple social media. Everybody must post every day. I'm not saying you should post, oh. You should employ NYC. How many NYC do you have?
We all have legislative things.
Good.
At least four.
That's what you need to do. Tell them, put notification, these are my views on this. Put notification on this, and I need my views to be heard by everybody.
So,
I'm prepared to give the training.
I think the most important thing here, what you've actually challenged our horizon. Yes, we have a challenge. Our challenge right now is too strong. And I don't know. We are too people. But I know that yeah, they can also serve the Lord themselves. I think I have the question and I still have the answer. So I don't need to because every information that we need are out there. Only that you need to try to utilize it.
Yeah, and they give you a little guidance. Like now, if you have only ChatGPT and you use only ChatGPT, you need to talk for. All right.
There are other.
Yeah, because there are other competing things that give slightly different stuff. Like your witness statement. Any witness statement I'm doing now, if I tell you what the power is doing, do you know the witness statement? Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. In Accra, Ghana, the paralegals that they was trained by the Americans, they called me my head trained.
Yes.
So if you have a legal case now in Atlanta, Georgia, guess where the witness is coming from? Accra, Ghana. Let me say this slowly. Why so? Because labor is so cheap in Accra, Ghana. And electricity, they say is stable. So they brought me in. Oh, you taught. Please, can you help me come and teach this? I said, why you teach them? They said they're illegal. They said of legal term in Georgia. And you want to employ them because they're English speaking, native English in Ghana. So any other country where English is there, America wants to go there and employ them. It is so expensive to employ someone in Atlanta that every legal practice now has outsourced their draft, their initial draft, externally. And because you know America is a capitalist country.
Yes.
The only reason why they make any decision in America is because there's dollar sign.
Yes.
Because let me be blunt.
Yes.
If there's no dollar there, they won't do. And our brothers and people go back and but we want to, the house, we want to make a proclamation. Because of the strong came to the rescue of us in Plateau States when we were being persecuted as Christians. We want to make a proclamation. From the 21st of December, we are going to build a tall tower. We will build a tower of the earth. And nothing will happen to it. That's what happened. That's what happened. You will ask for your destiny. The next time you invite to the White House, say, oh, you're a very good man.
Yeah.
You're a very good man. You're a white man, but the white is Africa.
Like a baby. Act like a baby.
You know, baby, man, everybody.
Yes.
Yes, what you talk about? You see what you talk about when you talk. You will think Atlanta is not the 51st state of the USA.
Yeah.
So what about the ridiculous collection of Machedo's Nobel Prize?
Yeah.
Saying this, I don't understand.
And the only one is targeting now is this peace prize.
Yeah, Nobel, it was Nobel.
Nobel prize.
No, but what I'm saying is the recipient for last year.
Yeah, it came to people.
Get him.
Yes.
And handed her own.
Yes.
And then collected him one.
So if you don't that, I'm serious.
Yeah.
People do a 4 page now say,
Yeah.
we are from the House of Assembly in Pakistan, where you sent your congressman to come and interview people, and you came to our defense. So we are forever grateful. We make a proper collaboration, declare you honorary member, or honorary citizen, or give some honorary something like that. About peaceful. That 15 minutes, the way we like you, he will give all you or anybody visa from the state.
Mr. Speaker, it's a done deal.
Right?
Yes,
Because he legitimately shown what of them in reality.
And that was
So you can have that. And you don't even need to know anybody. You can not attach it to his true social attacking.
I'm one of his fans. I follow him on Twitter and other things.
So
it's fun.
It's
Follow up with
I think that's a simple answer.
yeah, he is a wise man. People are able to influence him and see how much influence.
Yeah.
So I'm going to rush one or two things because all of you, how many of you have a smartwatch? Smartwatch.
Yes.
like that. I mean, our smartwatch. And I mean, our smartwatch synchronized with our to our phone.
Yes.
Right. So,
I've never actually, but I think
yes. Now, if you don't have it,
Always.
please, can I beg? There are 52 reasons why you should have it. So we don't have the time to go through every single reason why you should have it. Because it's not really a phone.
Yeah.
You said it. No, I don't say it. My students write, of course, my students write software. That's my interest, right? It's what is able to do that nobody tells you,
Yes.
including monitoring your heart rate.
That's it.
You can never have heart attack.
Yes.
You know that cell phone, that cell phone,
Yes.
you connect in such a way, the number of steps you take it.
Yes.
When you see what is there, is a mini doctor.
You know when you are doing exercise, it
Yes.
tells you. Steps taken.
Yes. So if you have an old woman or an old grandma that is diabetic or vulnerable and any of these comorbidities, if you are strapping their hand to a doctor's hand,
Yeah.
you see, and I want you to look at every invention or discovery and see how you can align yourself with it. And then you can have the whole constituency base where all they do is program for smartphone. Are you understand what I'm saying? Because we don't say you are going to open it, you call me, I can open it, they like come, if they don't like come. When you have to do the first set, people will hear you Silicon Valley. Like I keep saying, we don't have math teachers in this country. Like I keep saying, math is the basis of all the computing devices. You know when you enter the airplane, this is switch off the phone. Switch off the phone. Do you know why? Listen to this. Listen to this. He said it will affect the internet system of the airplane. Is that what he says?
Well, that is by virtue of the announcement.
Yes. But do you want to know the real truth?
Yes.
You can download the software here. As soon as the plane takes off, you take over control of the airplane. Because the software on your phone and the software on the plane, one is like grandfather and the other one is blind. You can read it. The software of the plane is very old. They don't update it all the time. Your phone is very new. But they just tell you to lie to you. So switch off your phone, put it on airplane mode. You know that lie? Because they know that you cannot interfere. You can in charge of it and take control. And the pilot will struggle.
Yes. Okay, that's the sensitivity.
That is how powerful it is. What I'm saying, the computer you have in your hand is more powerful than the computer that is carrying the plane. Okay, let me tell you this.
That sounds very dangerous.
Your phone. Of course,
That's scary. That's scary.
of course, listen, you know your phone, the phone you have now, the average phone the Nigerian has is 700 times more powerful than the entire computing power of NASA that put Apollo 11. So you know I said earlier that this is the prodigal generation. So when you are using this only for obedience, you're using it only for obedience, and you're not saying you don't have money for data. Come on. You are only using it as a toy. You're not using it as a tool.
Actually.
Because if you use it as a tool, you know this or that is working in his practice. I can be a co-worker with him.
We'll work together.
So I won't go for interview. I won't go for interview. Do you know what I will do? I will take his URL on his page.
Yes.
I will translate it. And I will modify it. I will then build it. I will enhance it. And say, I'll just do what is called a clone of it.
Okay.
And they put a redirection. So anybody going to the site will come to my site.
Share you.
So our children that are sent to school to go and do pen and paper, it is punishment. I send them to school. We should open their minds to see this as a learning device that accelerates their learning, as an opportunity for money making. And by those days, the governor of Garissa knows I'm here because I was supposed to be in the meeting with you. I had to cancel because you canceled last time. He knew. I want all of you to go and spend one day in Garissa. Garissa is 6 miles away north of here. And see things with yourself. You will never, ever, ever talk to any professor of computer science remote again. Because they just know it for academic reasons. Because you see this one, you see this that is here? You see this device? Are you sure you see this device? This device can attend 60 Zoom meetings at the same time, including one that the mother or auntie is chairing on to celebrate her birthday. They are planning. There'll be a Zoom meeting. His AI will attend on his behalf. The sister will know that he's not there. He will think he's there. I've done it with my mother's home. We were playing my mother's birthday. I didn't go. I sent my AI. My AI attended. When we finished, my mom thought I was there. Up to now, my mom, apart from my junior brother and two, everybody thought I was there. One device, 60 different meetings at the same time. You know, sometimes you have a meeting 9 o'clock, another one 9 o'clock. So you send apologies to the first one, and apologies to the second one, and you attend the third one. Is that not true? This one, you don't need to send the apology. You just send your he will attend. If they finish that meeting and say, next week we're having a follow-up meeting at 9 a.m., he will go to your Google Calendar and book the next meeting there. And do you know who developed this AI that I'm telling you about? This other new one is from Akwa Ibom.
Okay.
Listen to this. He was an undergraduate student called fireflies, right? Undergraduate students. He called fireflies. Listen, after they submitted the pass, he now try and play with it, modify it, and then send it for seed. Say, I want to use it for startup. Then he got 5 million to play with the software. And then he improved on it, and then he got 19 million. Today is $1 billion. $1 billion. Small boy. I didn't say talk fast, you talk fast. Did you hear what I'm trying to say? So if you see every single teenager as a potential billionaire without oil, without oil, let them man do this. Just please let them be distracted because this is the new economy. I mean, 1 billion, I'm going to give you his details. I hope it's not here. I think Father, I want him to join us because I want to talk to everybody. So you won't know that, oh, he's just encouraging us. No, I'm not encouraging you. I'm telling you the facts. Before it happens to other person, you decide, I've heard it, I don't want it to happen to me. Or I've heard it, I want to know. $1 billion. And we are saying, oh, Tinubu did this. Oh, ECOWAS did this. Oh, AU did this. What is, are you an physiologist? You just looking for a second.
You have just created a new world.
That's what we say. So
We are not your.
They say we'll burn the world. They say we'll spend the billions.
Yeah.
You'll be very chorus.
That's the language.
Until we get those children, the vision they've seen, they're articulating in passionate in religious terms, right? But the truth is that it's not religious. It's bigger than religion. Because you see this heart, excuse me, can you see this heart? You see this heart? Right? You see that heart? I can take a photo of this and put it on blockchain. When I put it on blockchain, I'll give it NFT, and he will help me lawyer it, and I will sell it for $500,000. NFT of this, NFT.
Very important. Trump is also doing.
Of course, anyway you see him, he has no for money. I said, so this is your heart, though. The person that made it will only sold it to you. But I will take a photo of it and make it NFT. So every single person that thinks he's poor, he just told himself that. Because the person has not connected with the new economy and thinking of the old economy. Because the new economy is that my people perish because they lack knowledge. Therefore, my people prosper because they have knowledge. That's what it is. So the rich man and the poor man is no longer the stronger one, not before. The stronger one will find more and then have more. This one is the strength now is no longer physical. The strength is now intellectual. So when we come back after what time is it? At my time, huh?
What is my man holding?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll join you. I'll be one of your members. What you are holding is. No, yesterday, there was a fellowship. I needed to sleep yesterday because.
You are strong one. Okay, so this is something that your 5-year-old will understand.
Your time will never end, sir. You continue with this lecture till we finish. So that we gather everything.
Because how many of us are accountants here? Or I can, or account, or know someone that's an accountant. Okay. Or who is in the finance committee here?
The finance committee, no, he was in the last match.
Okay. Now, if you look at this, they are called crypto accountants.
But this one, that's his field.
That's his field.
No, is he an accountant?
No, is that
No, but it's a
Okay,
specialist.
so he makes the money, accountant counts the money for him.
Yes, but it's a specialist of it.
So he understands NFT, he understands the new currency.
Yeah. He does.
He may have made some mistakes and lost some money. But that loss taught him a lot of things that he's not going to make mistakes. So those that are afraid of making mistakes, they should not stay in their house. Don't worry about it. Those that are afraid of failure, they should not run for election. Because if you run for election, you will win or you may lose. But if you understand it, you now see there is a new law in the UK about crypto assets. And how the government wants to see how they too can benefit from the crypto. Because Nigel Farage is one of the most loudmouth persons you can get in the UK. He believes he's already prime minister. You only have 4 members. So you have 4 members. You need at least over 300 members to be prime minister. Then he believes he's prime minister. And you know what happened? Somebody used crypto to donate to his political party.
Yeah.
And by law, you are supposed to declare who gave money. Like this crypto, they didn't know the source of it. And so now there's a lot of legal rigmarole that's going to come out. So if you know anybody, this I'm saying, anything you knew yesterday, please each all select all and delete because it was good for yesterday. You have to renew every single morning. Because if I was going to give this lecture 2 years ago, what I was telling you would be different. If you ask me to come and read it in 2 years' time, what I tell you would be different. Because the pace of advance, that is why the person, let me fire the person. Okay, how many of you have a talk to give or a lecture to give?
I do.
Okay, when?
I have one on the 17th, another 27th, and then 31st.
Okay, thank you. Which lecture is it and to who?
I'm delivering Founders Day lectures in the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies.
Thank you. So did you hear that? How long will it take you to prepare that lecture? How long will you normally take to prepare that lecture?
Well, aggregate of maybe 4 hours, aggregate, because I'm putting them in bits and pieces together.
Wow.
Average.
How long do you think it will take me to act as a secretary and give me the full script prepared and ready?
So with what we know now, 5 minutes. So 3. What we know now.
Did you hear that? It's completely divided from 4 hours to
5.
5 hours to
5 minutes. 3.
Taking 3 minutes.
With air.
So this is where it pains me. This is why I say knowledge is not potential power. Knowledge is all the power you know. You know Uduru. You know Uduru. In Venezuela.
So how will I terminate this by 5 hours and come to 3 minutes?
I'll do a demo. Yes. I'm not going to do a demo because I've never seen it before. And all of you are going to see me now. Yes? I'm going to do a practical demonstration.
Thank you.
And if you have any nervous disposition, please look at me. If you know you are someone that's very nervous, that's okay. Because so I'm now going to tell my computer, and it's because it's you, that's why I'm doing this. If it wasn't you, I won't type. How many of you still type your WhatsApp messages? You type your WhatsApp messages?
Yes.
Really? I thought you are busy. There is an icon that sits at the left, at the right hand corner of it. If you press it, you will talk to it, and you can tell it to send it in English, or send it in Spanish, or send it in text. Okay, so now everybody, please look up. I've switched from talking to now. I told you about this before. So this is my prompt. It's called prompt. Prompt is what we used to give Google. Ask Google. This is a keyword, right? It's prompt. Right. So now, assume the personality. Who is your best legal mind? The person that you know is authoritative, that is so persuasive. Your best legal mind. It can be
In the whole world?
it can be whole world, or it can be your domain. Lord Denny. Okay, assume the personality of the legendary Lord Denny. You're going to help me with that?
ENNING.
Lord Denny and Master of the Rose.
Then Master of the Road.
Okay. Right?
Rose.
Double LS.
ROLL. Master of the Rose. Okay. And then generate a speech, right?
Yeah.
On what topic did you say it was? What topic do you want him to speak on? What topic what topic were you asked to go and speak on? Or what topic are you trying to speak on?
Civic participation, the digital era, Nigerian democracy.
Wow, civic.
Civic, not civil. Civic.
Okay, sorry. Civic. Participation.
Accountable governance.
Accountable governance. In
Nigerian democracy.
In Nigerian democracy. Democracy. In a digital era. Due to be given to which audience?
Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies.
Audience. And the
Founders, okay. Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies, founders village.
Of
Advanced Legal Studies.
Legal Studies. Founders Day lecture, right? Okay. The lecture, right? How long is the lecture for?
1 hour.
This 1 hour lecture. Are you just saying that he's just sending a message, right? This 1 hour lecture should be insightful, right? Entertaining. Okay, sorry. Okay. Should be insightful, authoritative.
Authoritative and transformative.
And transformative. Okay, who is your grandmother or your great grandmother?
I mean?
Yes.
Her name is Mama, M-A-M-A.
Where is she coming from? Where does she come from? Where is your village? I mean, what is the name of your village?
One day.
Okay.
K-W-A-N
KWANDE, right? I need to dedicate this lecture to the role played in my early development, in my early education, to my grandmother, Madam, or late Madam,
M-A-M-A.
M-A-M-A,
Yeah.
Mama, from one day. So open Kwande in Nigeria, right?
In Plateau, Nigeria.
In Plateau. It says Nigeria. So open this lecture with a relevant quote from her. A relevant quote that shows my ethnic background. Okay, what do you want the audience to feel when you finish? Do you want the audience to be so excited they will all queue up to come and see you?
Yeah.
Or do you want the audience to ask you to write a book on the topic so that they can get what do you want?
I want them captivated.
Okay. So that captivated is not to do what? I don't want you to end there. There must be money. Is that to buy pressure you to let me tell you, the last interview I had with CNN, when I finished, the interviewer was saying, "Oh, when is your book? Well, we need a book on this. We didn't have enough time to cover this." So I want you to have that in your mind. Say, so the audience will be so captivated that the audience will be so captivated.
To demand my next.
They will demand your what? They demand you to run for presidency?
No, next book.
So that they will demand for my next book. Okay. We told you the number of hours, we told you this, we told you that, and then we told you about the audience. The audience are all lawyers, right?
Yes.
You've used ChatGPT before. Who has ChatGPT? Who has ChatGPT? I want to find out. Hello, does anybody have ChatGPT? Have you had any training on ChatGPT? So you're using like Google then?
Absolutely.
Oh, that is dangerous. God have mercy. How long is your prompt?
Seconds.
There's work to do. Audience made of lawyers. Because the last time we did this was it was somebody that was going to preach, right? Yeah. And we preach the sermon. Now all lawyers, right? Okay, now generate. Listen to this one. Generate a single prompt to give a fantastic
Fantastic. Okay, you can always right click it, or you can even forget about it. Lecture to wake the dead. Hmm? So you don't want humor. Humor.
Yes, I'm not usually very humorous.
Okay. Okay.
Conservative.
Okay. Now, and so everybody look here now. He would have told the LLM. What we're using now here is called LLM. That's a technical name for it. It's large language models. One of them, the most popular one, and the first one is ChatGPT. The one I'm using now is higher than ChatGPT. Is Perplexity. Now, we want to write the speech. So we want to tell it to tell us how best to write the speech. Are you listening? Mm-hmm. Because he just does directly. So that's why I say God have mercy. He just tells it to do. But now we are telling it to generate a prompt that will be able to do so. So now, look at what I've done. I've copied it. So this is Perplexity. I'm going to hit enter for me. And who has a stopwatch? Calculate how long it's going to take it to come up with this. Who have a stopwatch?
Yes, I'm already running stopwatch.
Okay. Can you see that? Can you see that? So this is the prompt. This is the prompt, ladies and gentlemen. This is the instruction we are going to give the computer to give us this.
Oh, I shouldn't start running it yet. The stopwatch.
No. Yeah, you should stop it now. It took seconds.
Okay.
This is not the speech.
I understand.
This is the prompt. This is what I'm trying to tell you that if you buy a car, you don't go and first of all talk to the mechanic that repairs that type of car. You are going to crash that car. Because some cars, some people buy pictures, they are looking for very important, right? Because so the ChatGPT that you have is an LLM. Now, if you are able to do prompt engineering in such a way, and when you send the message, it will do the message for you as well here. Meanwhile, the computer is in Abuja or just for it. So this is the prompt. And you want me to read it first?
Yes.
Okay. This is it. It's like the outline. You want your secretary to write a speech for you. The first of all writes an outline. And this organ, please approve. When you approve it, then you come and flesh it out.
This is like introductory part.
Okay, yeah. Now look at what is telling us. And this is only in one LLM. God gave you 5 fingers. So the minimum number of LLM you can use is 5. Okay. So now, and in Parliament, this one, what happens? All the speeches you give, you're going to see them tomorrow. They're all going to write it. Can you see? This is a guide to say, I heard what you said, sir. Is this what you mean? Can you see how long it is? Can you see how long? When he said, why do you have to do this? I said, because if you don't do it, okay, now this is the title of the lecture, right? He said, assume the voice, gravitas, and rhetorical style of Lord Denny, former master of the rolls. Clear, vivid, morally anchored, using stories, sharp illustration to illuminate legal principles and civic duty. You are to write a complete 1-hour Founders Day lecture for an audience of Nigerian lawyers at the Nigerian Institute of Advanced Legal Studies. And it's the title of the lecture, he says it. Then the goal of the lecture, that's what I was asking, what do you want to achieve? Do you want them to say, what's the first name, sir?
Yeah, Theodore, that's my first.
Say Theodore for Presido. Before you finish their dancing, like somewhere, like so somebody will instigate it at the end. How? Because you are going to prompt the audience. You're going to say one word and prompt the audience again. So goals of the lecture: be deeply insightful, authoritative, and grounded in constitutional principles, democratic theory, and practical Nigerian experience. You're happy with that?
Yeah.
Be emotionally moving and transformative so that even senior lawyers feel personally called to a higher standard of civil engagement and professional responsibility. And then they say, captivate the audience so powerful that by the end, they are eager to read the speaker's forthcoming book on democracy, technology, and the rule of law. Are you hearing this? Okay. Now, here are the key instructions. For content and style, the opening and dedication. Begin with a short, powerful quote or a proverb that clearly signals the speaker's ethnic what and regional root in where? Can you see? For example, by drawing teeth, can you see middle bed imagery, phrases, but English explaining it briefly. Because somebody said, are you sure he knows my mother's tongue?
But the system skipped one of the British language. What it mentioned German.
Then you correct it.
But there is a, I'm quite.
They say, for example.
Okay.
Yeah. So for example, you correct it.
For
You
example.
correct. Remember, this is a 4-year-old boy. You are sending errand and he's very eager. You imagine that is a 4-year-old boy. You say, go and give him let people talk what I'm supposed to. Right? Is everybody listening now? After you did here, if you don't have 7 LLM, because all of you, when you stand and make speech again, channels will come and beg you for the transcript. This is my own design. Anytime you go anywhere to speak, you just be like a man. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, nobody. So all you need is God has given you his mouth. You used to shake the people, you move them, and you carry them anywhere you want to take them, and they'll follow you. Because you have employed the services of Lord Denny. This thing knows all the things written by Lord Denny. I said all the speeches Lord Denny. So he's going to pattern everything along with it. So what I'm going to tell you to do is practice delivery and practice delivery. And sometimes you'll get it to use the audio. So you got that? We are happy with this, right? Because we can change anything. Immediately detect the lecture to the speaker's grandmother, affectionately calling her Madam Mama. Are you listening to this?
Yes.
And then describing in 2 vivid sentences how her early influences and insistence on learning and moral discipline shaped the speaker's commitment to justice. Remember what Obama said about his grandmother, right? Because this is what you are getting the audience on your side. Then use Lord Dennis style clarity when we anecdotes Madam Mama that encapsulates integrity, courage, and love of learning. Tone and persona. The voice should be like a Nigerian Lord Denny, lucid, simple English, not like a what do you call this man? Obariago. Obariago, you know yeah, Patrick, not like Patrick. Pepper souping and no, you are capturing something totally different.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the prompt that you are going to now give the AI to go and do the work with. So that's for can you say how long it is? You're happy because I don't take a time. So now you now come to a place called Microsoft. Microsoft has its own what is called Copilot. You now tap Copilot, you give it the same instruction, and listen to this, and Control V, and I hit this because I want it to give me the prompt. Because if you just tell it to give you the speech, you might end up not liking the speech. If it gives you the prompt, so you know how it's going to go. So you are sending it to market, and it's telling you how it's going to get to market. So can you see this? A kind of movement where a lecture becomes a legacy. Below is a single unified prompt that will generate a 1-hour Lord Dennis style Founders Day lecture. Can you see what it gives in there? And then look at how this one, single master full lecture generator, prompt start. Assume the personality of cadence, clearance. Can you see this? Can you see this? So it takes the opening paragraph. What this one did is different from the other one. This is why I say, when they say, oh, don't your students copy? Your student will copy. If you are telling them to use AI, they will just copy and give you. I said, me? I'm using it, they are using it. Then you copy and give me, and I won't know. If you are my student and you use Google, I fail you. They went to the dean to go, they said, whatever it tells you to do it. This don't want it. Because I want their life learning skill to change so that when they go to the other lecture, they'll use it. because this is super research. So this is what Copilot gives us. So you now read all of this. At some point, you're going to find that the open paragraph of electricity is better than ChatGPT, or ChatGPT is better than Copilot, or Copilot is better than Llama. All of you have Llama. I saw you. Can you open your phone? Did you use your Llama? Okay. Did you send a WhatsApp message to somebody and you make a grammatical error? How many of you have done that?
We all do.
No, you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to give me the Llama. Llama will do it for you. There's Llama. You have Llama.
Yes, what's it?
Yeah, on your WhatsApp, you should have Llama. Everybody had it because you have to. It is a Llama. This one.
Okay.
This is a Llama.
Oh, sure.
This one. Everybody has Llama. So open it.
See.
You have Llama. You know, if you use what I've done, Llama, like open your WhatsApp. Open your WhatsApp. Take your Llama. Because so when you send a text message to me, this one is you see, this is my student that did it. So if you want to, okay. This is your Llama. So before you ever send any WhatsApp message to anybody now,
I use this one.
yes, so use it to compose your what? No, not to compose it, to refine and humanize the message what you send to your brother and sister. So you don't have any grammatical mistake. So it's your personal secretary, right? So you use Llama.
So you can speak to the Llama?
Yes, you can use Llama. So
Then you come and
okay, and say Professor Chris is giving us a lecture. Do you think I will
Then by the time you type it, you come and go and paste it.
Yeah. So now, before you send your message out to anybody, you must give it as a draft and say, I want to send this message to somebody. Please help me correct. So it's your personal secretary that will add it. He's one of my students that developed the original. So that's why I was so confident that you have that.
Yes.
Right? Now, if you are in a rush, you speak 7 times faster than you write.
Right.
So that's why I don't understand how many times can see the text in their fingers. Because it's with your voice. So any single message somebody sends to you, you want to write a reply, you can also tell Montana, I'll have time to tell you what kind of reply. So you tell Montana that those person has just sent you a message, you want to reply, give the reply to this way, I'm very busy. If this happens, you press enter. Just like you prompted this now, everything in your life is prompted. Don't you ever spend time, waste time doing what machine can do. If you do, then you insulted my time. You said your time here, you go to London just for a joke. Because you are not supposed to use it now and train all your staff, train your wife, train your sister, train your husband. Everyone will say, oh, you know I don't work for London. Sorry, I couldn't buy you a good shoe. But let me show you something that I learned. Yes. Okay, so you go to the regional and then you come to the regional. So he knows you and says good morning or good afternoon or good evening. So, and did you know why I'm excited about this? Your own brother can eat. But they say make it American. Because it just repackages to fool us to say they are not technically around us. And when you are talking to your members of constituency, you tell them, listen. Nigerians are ruling with us. Nigerians are ruling with the world. Nigerians like they are ruling. So what is wrong with my own constituency? Why are we not able to use this tool that God has given us? You can't tell me before that. If this generation was just given this, some people say by accident, and I now. Because from your village, you do not need to go to the city center. You can control the land. You don't need any visa. Let Trump give the visa. You know, after you have done 1 project, 2 projects, 3 projects, you know what Google does to you? They will say, we want to double your salary. Then if you do more projects, they will say, oh, do you mind coming
There's a Google campus you want to come all the way to San Francisco. It's Google that will come to San Francisco. You are not analysts. You stay in your house and use your time and you become what is called so-called remote workers. That's the big word you use. I'm just asking. So let's finish your speech because it's my topic that is making. If it was me doing it, I'll just cut and paste, cut and paste, cut and paste, and take this and dump it and see whether you will like the speech. All right. Now there are two things we can do. We can anonymize you, or we can reveal you. Which one do you want? Let me tell you about anonymized. Anonymized means I will describe who you are, that you are a legislator, who is a practicing lawyer, who has a private practice in jobs, who's represented so, and has done that. I won't mention your name. So it will go inside and go and check. So it will take a quote from you without you giving a quote. But right now, I'm the person writing it, right? I don't know who you are, I'm saying the professor. But I can find, if you reading book before, I can find it. Somebody wrote a book in Nigeria, and they don't want anybody to see it, because if they see it, they can come and copy it and start selling the book again. So you know, kept the book very, very, very tight on their list. And then they asked me, say, can I write the forward for you? I said, of course. But don't you let me the chapter? I said, no, I don't need the chapter. So how will you know? I said, give me the title of the book and the name of the person. That's all I need. Say, real? Say yes. 7 seconds later, I had the 200 words and I gave it to the person. He said, I wish you use African voodoo. He said, you are using African voodoo. This is not AI. Because all of you now think AI doesn't know you are. How many of you believe that AI doesn't know them? The day you put your name down on a piece of paper and got nominated by your own political party, put into a computer that day, AI knew everything about you.
Yes, I just demonstrated that.
AI knew it. So doing the ostrich act, say, oh, I don't want people to know about me. You put your head inside your feathers and everything outside, you are joking yourself. Say, no, I'm a private person. Say, really? Do you have you been to the hospital before this? Do you have an email account? Say, I'm not sure. Maybe I have something. Do you have WhatsApp? WhatsApp, what do you do? Say, you are private? Who owns the WhatsApp? Mark Zuckerberg said it's encrypted from end to end.
Yeah.
It's not encrypted where? In the server. You understand? End to end. That means when you send a message from you to me, if anybody gets hold of it, it's encrypted. That means it's coming. But once it gets to my server, I will know. So quit deceiving yourself, saying you are a private person. It's too late. Even if you want to be private, and say, no, I just want to die. Then since they know children, I want to die. After death, they will say, first of death. They will say, they know everything about you. Your grandparents and your great grandparents that had any record anywhere has been already polluted. Because of that power, what I told you earlier on the power. The church you go to, oh, that's another beautiful one. Do you know the biggest headache California has for Sundays is at 10 o'clock Nigerian time. Every church in Nigeria has a streaming. And when you start streaming, it means you are taking bandwidth. So they have to put on additional bandwidth for 10 o'clock on Sunday. Nigerian pastors. The Nigerian politicians don't get it. Nigerian pastors, I don't know, they are the same people. Nigerian pastors, there are only 12 in the congregation. They make so much money, they are screaming, they are doing everything. The Nigerian politicians are making a big speech, and they are not streaming it. So I'm not saying this as a review, I'm saying as an observation. How can the religious people understand this too so well that the political leaders don't understand it? I've said that person several times. Because your influence is a function of how much the world knows. So do you want to anonymize this or do you want to be anonymous? Don't do whatever you like, whatever you're comfortable.
My name.
Okay. So now it's giving me license, right? Okay. Are you listening? So I'm now going to go to perplexity the platform to say, please. Oh, hi, Isaac.
Isaac, are you awake? Isaac, tell me when you're awake, and then we can ask you to greet our people in London. Thank you. Okay, now let's go. Let's go. Let's use this tool. So now he's giving permission to say, I should say what his name is. I said, I'm now going to say based on this prompt, please confirm that you can generate the full script of speech, comma, and slide deck suitable for our amiable. What do your colleagues call you?
Well, I think actually honorable.
Okay, honorable Theo, right? P-H.
E-O-D-O-R-E.
What's it said? Honorable Theodore.
M-A-I.
No, let's fool it. Honorable Theodore, who serves currently in the Plateau State House of Assembly, but trained as a lawyer from Ahmadu Bello University, from ABU University in Zaria. Ensure that he is comfortable with the delivery and unique mannerism. Okay, now we're going to put open brackets and take all of this, our initial prompt. This is our initial prompt. I'll take this now, copy message, put it in this bracket and paste it here. And then those of you that can pray now, say your prayers and count how many seconds will it take it to give us the speech. Because he's going to give an hour speech, submit the message, and then it's going. It's going. I'm watching. Look at what I'm watching. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Look at this corner here. Look at this thing that is moving. That's how I know when it's going. And all of you need to study this on your LLM. And then this has changed, and this now has stopped. So the speech is ready, ladies and gentlemen. Now, sir, I want you to come and give us.
Let's stop the watch.
Yeah, oh, sorry, you shall stop the watch now. So that's one aspect. So the second one is go back to remember we had another one. This is the reason why you don't send one, they say, my grandmother said, you don't send one Pick and Go market, right? You always send multiple children to the market just in case anything happens to one. So now I'm going to take this same part of this prompt to say, based on this, I'm going to give it to co-pilot to go and do. So I'll take this first part of it. Sorry, I'm going to give it to Perplexity to do. So that was co-pilot. Put this here, and then come back here again. So can you see this now? So I'm going to put this here. I'll move this up. Or I can, sometimes I say based on above prompt. We'll just do a manual one of this. Okay, I've copied it, I put it in here. And copy and paste, and then, sorry, start your watch again. But keep an eye on this. You see, this is going to change. This shape is going to change when this speech is ready. So, and then keep an eye on this. Can you see how this little thing is moving? I hope you can see it, right? Oh, it's already finished. So now, this is what say I can generate speech. Here is the member of house, how the lecture and dedication and the confirming. So now, full script, please. Okay, look at what's happening now. This is our Founders Day lecture. So if you make speeches, it's italicized. So this is your opening. My lords, learned colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today, a son of what? Plato's red earth. Is that true? So you can see now, he's taking everything he has in his database, but the keywords we used, and we go and harvest them and brought them to you and say on the platter, literally on the platter. So I'll give you a copy of this. Okay, provided you never again would you ever refer to, you know, your reference legal document. When you finish law school, they told you that the best lawyers are the best chamber, and the best chamber has the best library. And when you go to their library, your mouth, so can I borrow this book? Right? What AI has done is clone that entire library and giving it to you on this device. So you can reference any one of them and cite any one of them at any point in time. So Lord Denny is now your servant. Did you hear what I just said? Yes. Amazon, not Jeff Bezos, is now your servant. You don't understand what I'm saying? You know the so-called richest man on planet Earth? He is now your errand boy. Because as soon as you finish this, we are going to put a statement out. In the next 14 days, I'm going to speak to place and we put that out on Twitter. And somebody will say that on Facebook. Before you know it, your ticket will be sold out. Not because that place was going to be prepared, because they heard from somebody who heard, who gossiped. That's what social media is. Yes. Who gossiped about how you're going to say it. And then 7 days to the time you release the first paragraph. You see, I'm so pleased, I'm getting ready for this speech, I'm so excited. Here's what the first paragraph is like. So you're giving them a sneak preview and building what's called ball. So this is what's going to happen. See, he's going to say this, he's likely going to say this. No, he will not say this. And he has not said anything. So he set up an agent to tell the world that he's going to speak. And you get anything that resonates with the audience, you put it out there. On the day, there'll be a long queue of all your friends, all your enemies, and all your in-betweens. Yeah, not that today you win. They don't line up. And that book I will show you how to produce the book in less time than it took to produce the speech. Let me say this number. 400 pages, not pamphlet, of a book will be drawn out of this. He will do the book chapters. He will do chapter. He will do it. Who believes we can do that? Okay. When we come back, I will show you how I wrote a book. Are you listening to this? I'm a black man from a black country. I wrote a book about a white princess from a white country. And people queued up around Kensington Palace to get the book with my autograph on it. And he knocked down Amazon. He knocked down Amazon. We took. On Amazon, it was the best-selling book. And I didn't write one word. Are you listening? I just used the same thing. In fact, this is the model LLM. What we used there was Fireflies. It was transcription. And then we'll show you how you can write a book on behalf of your parents that didn't go to school. And then how you can write a book on behalf of your parents that went to school or didn't go to school that is alive. And the ones that are dead. You know your parents that are dead. So the AI can help you write or author a book for the dead or the living. Doesn't make any difference. Because you're going to take your phone and ask, hey, you know my auntie? Yes. No, because she's there, you know her, yes. What do you know about her? They will tell you, you copy this. You ask 17 people in the village that knows about that auntie of yours, or your mother, or yours. And they give it to AI, and then go and play football, or go and do something. When you come back, the whole thing has been transcribed. So then you will not corroborate what he said, and this one said, that this one said, you will not corroborate it. The same AI. So he will edit out the one that does not come up. And when you finish, you give it to chapter. Your auntie, you didn't see your auntie, then you heard about her. And so that's how you can write a book with the dead and write a book with the living. And when you finish the book, you come and meet me. You know what I'll do? I'll give you a gift. I'll take the book and translate it to Spanish. I'll take it and translate it to French. I'll take it and translate it to German. I'll take the book, I'll bring up what is common in that your story that is common in the German language. And I'll bring it and then you'll get a German special edition. So you'll be any money in Europe. You'll be any money in yen. So when they say the local currency is shaking, what will that? The local currency is shaking, your economy is not local. Your economy has always been global.
Yes.
If you buy Tesla in Nigeria, buy Tesla here, you know, once you tell the economy is global. So why would you think that your legal practice, you know, this man can be a lawyer and then be a professional lawyer at the University of Southern California because of the time difference between Jos and California. Do you understand that? You exploit time difference for those that are self-linguistic, and those that are non-linguistic, you exploit the linguistic difference. So if they vote for you, it's their headache. If they don't vote for you, it's their headache. You understand? The money you bring and the allowance you get from the house, you'll be able to replicate it. So, so if you have any questions, please fire up.
Thank you, Prof. Okay, so this problem will be happy.
Ask questions. Respond to the speakers at the beginning.
Okay, yeah, I think he has responded to some of the limitations.
Setbacks. AI setbacks.
My
Danger for the future.
yes.
The hallucination, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll come back with response. But listening to you, trying to see how legislation cannot just help. You know, this implementation should not just end on the breeze, but through legislation, we will get a better outcome. Then the state and government. Because individual is and the company and the institution, you know, so see how we can take ideas, make it within our campaign, institution to begin to, you know, operate in this direction so that it can affect the mentality. Yesterday we were discussing with Professor Chief okay. Now we have a very big problem. Our problem is that we have quite a number of graduates who have graduated, been at home, doing nothing and waiting for a white collar job. We're even trying to see how we can use entrepreneurship, knowledge, skill acquisition to empower them to be self-reliant. Now, with the coming of this technology, it is a technology that is limitless, that only requires little knowledge to be able to benefit from it. That can even give employment to any graduate that is out there hoping and waiting for work. You see all of us here. If you see the number of certificates that we have, filed in our office, waiting for job identified. That is what we are battling with. Now, I believe if as government, if we can institutionalize this knowledge and see how the mindset of our people will change, because I'm looking at the bigger picture. If Plateau State can be a pilot test so that we can, probably the federal government can take it at that level. But as a state, that's why we're here. What can we really do to help the states? How can we, change the mindset of our people on this two legislation? Because we must create the awareness, certainly. Then institutionalize, then see how this thing can be enforceable. And with what I'm listening, I think there's a need for another workshop that will be centered on this issue, where I will personally speak with the governor, so that representatives from the executive also be part of the workshop, and then the legislatures will now sit down and see how, because sometimes you have the idea, you make the law, but those who are supposed to implement the law should also be part of the decision. If not, it will be a burden on them because they will not know how to respond to law that is being made by the state house. So going forward, we will plan that one. But how do we now convince the executive, to call for this? But even before then, how can you wrap in our minds legislation that will actually make an impact in our states?
If you can remember, when we were in primary school,
Yes, sir.
the back of the book you were using for mathematics
Yes, sir.
had CPU,
Mhm.
Cambridge University Press.
Yes.
Nigeria had a contract with the university here to give birth to other universities in Nigeria. And there was a free flow of labor. Then you could come here without visa. Remember, you turn up at the airport, you come without the you are part of the Commonwealth. Right?
Yes.
That there's a benefit of that is still available if you want to activate. So, for instance, what is the university owned by the state? Right?
Yes.
Okay. That university, who does the vice chancellor report? Is Mr. Bisi.
Yes.
So when the governor comes, I'll take him straight to my colleagues. You see that, okay. All the tertiary institutions in the state,
That's right.
we want to partner with you.
That's right.
You gave that to us in person.
Yes.
Now come and mentor. So it's a matter of getting some of the final year students
Yes.
in Plateau to come here and complete their work. Do you know what is interesting? Cambridge also wants to come. The only reason why Cambridge have not had students to come to Plateau to study and pay you pounds is because of security. That is the only thing. That if you can deal with that issue, that's one. But number two, AI can also solve that issue. We can have what is called online, like we have Zoom now.
Yes.
So we cannot use that as an excuse. We can start today, provided you have the will and Mr. Governor has the will. We'll sit down and say, look, too many of our children are hanging around. They have talent, they have skills. One. Two, Britain is in trouble. We have tech crisis. Do you understand? We don't have talent shortage. It's moved from talent shortage to tech crisis. So when you think on the underground, you know when I've used the underground, there's what's called an oyster app. You touch it, the door opens, and it goes. You know the programming of that now, we cannot do it here. It's done in Bangladesh. So this country is dependent on other countries for talent. Now, if you can tell them that, and I can help, that the graduates from Plateau University has gone to have exactly the same skills and knowledge as the one for Cambridge, because they were taught by Cambridge professors. They wrote the companies. Of course, they'll come and take them because they are cheaper. It makes economic sense because the average salary in Plateau is a lot lower than one of London. So that's why they're going to India. So you can literally Indianize, sorry, it doesn't come out right. I mean, Bangladerize Plateau. When you say that we have children that can do this stuff quicker and faster. And they say that true? Say yes. They'll give a project. I have people right now, I want to employ for KPMG right now. I said, I said on the board, maybe on my meeting, see, I said on the board, on the recruitment board, they've invited me to say, look, if you have good students, can you bring them here? Each student I introduce to them, they give me 250 pounds immediately. This is how desperate they are. They don't have talent. We can't have talent. If we took all the universities, we have 120 universities in the UK, and told them, stop offering pharmacy, stop offering law, stop offering medicine, teach only computer programming. For the next 20 years, we won't have enough computer programmers to take up the needs of this country. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
If all the universities stop teaching all the other courses that are useless, right? Because they kept saying that. So those are just the party came and said university is offering useless courses, so the government should run it, right? If we cannot do it, you have people that can do it. We just turn up. Because you are solving our problem, you are not helping, we are not helping you. Let's get this right. Britain is not assisting Nigeria. Britain is not helping Nigeria. Britain is not aiding Nigeria. Britain is benefiting from Nigeria when they employ Nigerian doctors, right? Therefore, when they employ Nigerian computer scientists or programmers, what are they doing? They are benefiting from the talent. So it's a matter of, Mr. Governor, you having a way. I'm very happy to take you to meet my colleagues, and then we'll whip something up and get all your tertiary education to hook up here and have collaboration. Or we can do something with NPCU. You know, Jesse Jackson, God bless him, well, before he left, he wrote his will, and that was part of his will. Wow. He wants the diaspora and Africa, Mama Africa, to work together in terms of education. And he gave it to HBCU. So, Morehouse College in Atlanta, where Martin Luther King finished from, they also have a blueprint to help Mama Africa. Because it's a HBCU, it's a university that is made for black people, by black people, through black people. If you are white, you wouldn't let into Morehouse. It's still up to now. How about the same thing? How about the Washington? If you are white, you won't let in. It's for black people. But Nigerian universities, they haven't woken up to know that these ones are for black people looking for black people to have anywhere in the world. Because they're involved in local politics, wanting to be DC. Every single election wants to be DC. So that they can also have a calendar. They are not even looking at outside the country to say, without being DC, I can earn more than DC. So I hope that answers the question. I just know something that your talent may have been developed locally, but the application is broken. You only have a Nigerian passport, you are not Nigerian. I mean, you are not Nigerian that was born in Nigeria. You are Nigerian that was born in Nigeria, exported to the world for global impact, just like all your doctors. You know, Nigeria is the only country in the world that has dedicated schools of nursing like we do. In England, we don't have dedicated schools of nursing. We never have enough nurses.
That's what all our nurses are.
Of course, they come for the dollar. Who will come for the dollar?
We'll finish after break. Because we need to go to quick break. Like Doc said, I'm sure Honorable Speaker is prepared for all this collaboration with Doc and Cambridge.
Now my sister here.
And they signed up with Prof.
yesterday.
They signed up with Louis yesterday. So is Speaker now being able to engage with His Excellency and with our international consultant partner, Chief Dr. Atile, to plan the next batch. next,
In fact,
as you have said,
with head of institutions.
Yes.
yeah,
This workshop will be.
so, I'm sure when that comes, it will be bigger because we're not adding more interest parties. Prof will help to bring that closer with Cambridge. And be able to bring maybe 2 or 3 qualified Cambridge professors. That we're bringing administrators to get involved. So the executive arm get involved. So we expand the judiciary arm. So because there was one time I had I hosted the governor of Imafidon state. And we had a meeting, a business meeting with the governor and his team. The only person that was not in that meeting was his minister, commissioner for justice. His special advisor on legal matters was Granite. His commissioner for investment was Granite. So after the meeting was with investors at Canary Wharf. And the people brought their non-disclosure documents. Because these people have parties that want to put 100 to 200 million dollars on the table. But the governor must sign non-disclosure of these people. So they brought this document. But we want to deal with white money, they want to pass down properly. So the governor was ready to sign, because he was earning money. And they showed them the people, but they didn't give them their details. Who these people are. Yeah, they're based in London. And then they brought paper from London. The legal advisor went. His commissioner for information was already telling the government, let's sign this thing so that we can bring the MOU and introduce it to the people. And we go and do the paperwork in Nigeria. I don't know the interest of the special advisor on here. You have to go and say, no, can't sign it. Have to take this document back to you and get the commissioner for justice and the state. Look at it before we sign on the solution. Then that was hard enough. That's hard enough, I think.
But if the
So when they went
simple
to
meeting.
they went away.
On a simple,
Just never came up with the document. And tell you, never signed the document. The people called the one that gave times. Like they gave the guys the contract and never. This is $100 million people said we give you for the project. Pricing for gas plant and whatever.
Until the one you don't know, but
You move and left.
Rob, they're talking about that Bible, let's talk about that.
Well, now I'm giving an example. You know, I'm giving one example yesterday. I'm giving one again. Because it's why I say this is because if you come without the proper delegation, and some people, white people sit down now and say, we want to sign documents to control you.
So if
And somebody now says,
Attorney General.
you understand? If somebody now stand and tell the governor, what's the document now? Let's go, you know the situation. Let's go home and let the Attorney General, Commissioner, and let them see this thing before they sign. When we go there, because of their own interest, I'm just saying, because they were not part of the team, they didn't come. They tell the governor, this doesn't work. And that ends there. Yeah, that ends there. So it's for us to, I just want us to have very open, broad mind on what is happening. So before we go to break, I'd like to introduce our next guest who will surely speak to us come back from break. Like I said yesterday, he's a good friend of the house. But he is my board member, advisory board member, my company, what I do here in the UK. And we'll be working together now for about 5 years. Doing a lot for us. He's an international development expert and international business advisor to so many big companies in the UK here. Fathers, the company we were supposed to introduce you as well. Westminster on airport security. And airport is the biggest company in handling airport security in UK or security and most around the world. If you go to the parliament tomorrow, before you access the parliament, you go to security issues that are there. The company that owns it. Yeah. There's a structure they do in running security equipment for airports and Africa, a couple of different countries. So he and is part of that. And he will say a little bit more of that when we come out from the when we come out.
While you go, I don't want you to do. Move on for that. I'll let you answer. You know, look of who I am. Yeah, I got long because my friend, member of Parliament from Berlin is coming. So I want him to speak rather than me when he comes. But yeah, so I served in government. I was deputy chairman of the Conservative Party under David Cameron. And I was head of his foreign affairs, basically legal foreign affairs policies. I advised him on my travel, particularly when I was in government. And then we had a come from a family of business, okay, from real estate to IT companies, various different interests, but mainly real estate in the UK. And I'm from Africa, originally East African, from Uganda and Kenya. My parents, my grandparents left India. My great grandparents left India in 1867, and they made East Africa their home. So I'm the son of Africa. I do a lot in Africa. I used to advise President Chakwera in Malawi, hopefully Vice President Toronto, Stephen Toronto in Kenya also. I run his campaign currently. I do a lot in Africa, President Hamdi in Seychelles, on the borders, commercial advisory board as well that we have to Seychelles. Do a lot in Africa. West Africa slightly less. Mohamed Jallow, Vice President Mohamed Jallow in Sierra Leone is a very dear friend of mine, personal friend of mine. So I come to Sierra Leone often, not to Nigeria because he's naughty, he's taking me there. He's telling me, and so you, Doc, you need to be taking me as well. But inshallah, but yeah, and my friend Oliver Ryan, I also advised Keir Starmer on business policy, the current Prime Minister. So one of his very good, close MPs is coming here to speak to us in some time. Oliver is a great guy, young guy, vibrant guy. Also chairs the all-party parliamentary group on Saudi Arabia. So there's some interest within the Muslim community as well. So got quite a large Muslim population in Burnley in this constituency as well. But yeah, it'd be good to liaise and talk over the next couple of hours as well. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we can go to lunch. Yeah. So yeah, that's the code.
Yeah.
We can come back. Well, only you tell us along to the one and then come and. Then we will do back here and
We went back up.
Yes, yes.
Maybe one by go to the room now, maybe I'll bring back.
Okay. So,
Bro,
yes.
Prof, I greet you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done, well done, well done.
We've been waiting for you since Christmas. You told me everyone was coming back.
Yeah.
I'm already. So, because of changing in this,
Yeah.
my movement is a bit shaky.
Okay. Okay. Okay, what were you expecting from me? Did you send this? Okay, you would have, okay, I should send it to WhatsApp. Okay. My phone, governor's phone then. His address. Yes. I will still get his email. To him, yes. I will write
No,
full details. Sorry.
It's specific. You can work. I didn't know. I don't know whether if you no, it's my friend.
Yes, but I'm not really far.
That's one of the things.
Wow. And my teaching is very, very
After you, oh yeah, after you, yeah, it's trying to, this people.
Yeah, come team, I think.
Yeah, this. They're looking for some.
Oh, great, Sam, send it like. Send it off. You know what, I wouldn't even bother stressing about it. Frankly speaking, what is something is.
Let me have a look at it. Let me keep this and have a look at it.
Yeah, but will I send it to you, Kishan?
Yeah.
So you send it to him?
Yeah, go
The soft copy. We just need something from your office to say. Or welcome on this. UK.
Yeah, you can add it on the country, and technically, the three payments are already that.
And then also, um,
Let me have a look at this properly.
Yeah.
And I'll come back to you. Is that all right?
yes.
Let me have a look at it properly and see.
Or whatever.
Allowed to do, not allowed to do. Lovely. All right. Thank you.
I didn't get it all. Is that it? It's motor and all that, don't work properly. Yeah, I heard that. Two that I came across, I don't know if you what you think of them, well, I don't know whether you're active or they not be. But there was one with button sugars, I think, and Darling's business, society. Darling is slightly, they're slightly dearer, but there might be less fees, I don't know. But they're slightly in terms of rate, the dearer. Hey, and then you can keep pushing prices. Yeah, you can have a look. Thank you. Yeah. Alright, I'll put the offer in, I will put the offer in, but just, keep working on that, I'll keep working on it. The good thing is, you can get it done, you know what I mean? That's the main thing. So now I can play around with it, thank you, bro, appreciate that. Thank you, thanks, no, that's.
any more, yeah, so what's happening with, what's the next? Is, that's, they want to change, what do they do? The concept,
Oh, yes, Mr. Yeah.
oh, yeah, I think. Yeah. Well, exactly. Also, if you want to have a very large one. Okay. You want to really need to find a home. So I think you need to have a day of work around the next week. And the problem is, the problem is. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good idea. Well, program. Yes. We'll, yeah. Usually not one. Yeah, I will be, I want to, it's a bet from the YouTube, it's incredible. Good, to do more. Oh, yeah, he's incredible. What he's doing is, like, he's incredible himself, he's created, never 21 was on now, and he does all these things, and he gets like, he's really, really well for himself, like, and he does it, and he's gonna come down to other fish. And he did it also for that. Yeah, right. Always have good, I'm pretty good at when you're walking around. Yeah, well, exactly. Well, I think it's up there, and then my, no, right, sure, it's something on very important. 100%. You don't think about it. No. Yes. That's what it is. But this one, he's got different views, he likes to get moving shots. I'll tell him tomorrow, take a couple of shots of you walking around like in Parliament and stuff, and then maybe do something like that. He's coming from. I'll introduce you to him. In fact, I might need an email sent to me, so I can get it today, instead of just get the check on what, yeah. No, just for the, company. Yeah, sure, yeah. You can do it later, so yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Never do it. Well, it's only basic ones. Yeah, that's right. Okay. No, that's what they do, anyway, that's what they want. Well, no, listen. Yeah, so people, they're watching the speaker of this, we've got quite a senior age there. I'm using now. Yeah, I'm using the art of the go. All right. But I can get a lot of that. We should be out. That's very well. But that's very well. Yeah, but it's cost. Last part, but I think it's pretty low actually. No, it's pretty bad. You want to more. Oh, can we get signed? No, I don't. Yeah, well, what is it? So you're just starting it. That's right. I try to stop. We'll just, you know, committees, they're probably all, they're all these, committees themselves. Yeah, exactly. Really? No, they're all very big. Oh. They're all like double PhD holders, and you know. Yeah. So how are things there generally, like with the, just generally, councils don't want to waste, don't waste your time.
Well, not yet.
I just, you can spend it on 100%. And don't give up because those bugs, yeah, I'm gonna. I'm turning on the phone when I say so, I'm more to the right there. I'm more than 100% on it. Good.
I think that is what is.
No, good, you're pragmatic about it, because some people can get, what I do. Yeah, but I think for someone like you all your life, you want to do this. And then you've done it, and then now you see, it's like legend, I think legend, like Dragon School, when they married. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's life. You know, that is life. That we do. Yeah. In every way. But I think you just can't do that. I'm happy, because you have a, you go, if you look at your case, you see all the people you help, you'll see you would, right? Whether they understand that or they value it is another question.
I like the case.
Yes.
I do feel like you can make a bit of difference.
Yeah. But in general, country, we're not very. I think the war started off.
So that doesn't happen now. You've been around. That's a bit crazy.
That's what he is. At least one thing is, he's not,
He's on the idiot.
yeah, yeah, he's not going to be, it seems like he's already been 4 years.
They'll be anymore. 3 more years. We'll still be in government when he's. You know, it's a bit of a turnaround. Well, especially during the house. I could do it in the house. He's impossible. Yeah. Things about families and those kids now. I don't know that.
Because think like now, what
I think that's a killer.
what would be the couple
There was some suggestion about it. People say was that we really got some kind of video.
Yeah.
It's dark and it's all very dark.
That's what puts me off doing it all the time.
Messy.
What's on tomorrow?
But no, actually, that was just watching the video.
Yeah, I heard that was like, he broke quite well here, right?
They both got really well. It was nice.
He spoke to what?
Yeah, it was, I think it was a bit lovely. It was nice.
Probably even put in the law, it would be appropriate, right?
I mean, and I don't honestly know now. Like, it's a weird life. Well, not like.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to come in at 10 o'clock at night on Saturday. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't do the work.
Especially to be a war tomorrow. At the age of hand.
No, I think you're right.
If you does me once a time, I would probably put that one out.
Yeah.
It's great. You put it on your back. But it's not that.
No.
They should separate it out. We should have one that makes it honorific.
Yes.
And one that makes it legislative law. Like a working figure. We've got any figure law. I don't think there is people. It's on the top
20 years with. Fire. It's only down 5 now.
But you could say
So,
that.
so I was talking to Roy about.
So you're kind of, I'm we should probably fight.
Right.
You don't have to be legislative, they will make it.
Yeah.
When you're involved.
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah. And then
I actually-
if necessary, they put you in line to do a bit of
Yeah.
legislative stuff, but
Yeah.
you found the time.
Yeah.
I found.
Yeah.
So being.
Yeah.
It's lit like a hospital.
That's good.
We're only talking about magnets. If you know politics, they know buzz about it. The more you know buzz about it, it's dead that.
The more I look at it, not even that.
It's not, there's a lot,
Especially if you're having to do it 3 days a week.
if someone said to me, do you want to pay with your? Or do you want to pay with yours? I'll tell you.
Really? Because of the, it's the name, isn't it?
Usually at the top, and that's the shit. What is you got to? If you want one that, that's behind the whatever. He's stood down from the chamber.
Yeah, he doesn't.
This is just a title. But the legislative ones. It's more that's
Oh, because you.
so. People sort of go on, right? This is my full-time
I
job.
was not going to say that, because they don't get paid for four.
No, I'm gonna pay for it, you get 3 quid a day.
Yeah.
Aside, which is fine, you know, not
Yeah,
that money.
why,
It's what it's in.
but if you're 4 months receiving, well, come on, me, and there's other interests. It's not.
And they don't go every day. You
No.
know, why, nobody does.
No, no.
You know, you go on issues that you care about, you might go, look.
You know, people like Roy, they did. That's because.
Right, like runs the show.
Yeah.
It's good, you should keep him with boy, he's a good guy.
He's gentle, isn't he?
Yeah, good boy.
Oh, he's pretty much.
He's been on to now.
Really?
Yeah.
Because he will stay, no matter who's in number 10. Meaning, it doesn't really make a difference if you believe in the party.
He's the kind of ones that they want.
Yeah.
You just, because they're,
And whoever becomes leader, even if it's national.
they'll need
Who's not
Roy.
right?
They'll all need Roy. And he knows that, and he's good at what he does.
He's respected. Do you think he'd ever become leader?
Roy Kennedy, none of the lords do.
No.
Oh, they do the lords?
Yeah, because I just do it.
Yeah, possible, but he basically is anyway.
Yeah.
When you're in there,
Everyone says that to me, that he's in charge.
Yeah.
He's saying,
so you see it, so the lords start speaking, so when they're debating, and, you know, someone finishes, you'll get 3 of them pop up. And Roy will stand there and go, you two, down, and then someone else will do it. Like, because they don't have a speaker, they're supposed to regulate themselves.
wow.
But it also makes it stuff like amendments. We spend all our time voting down Lord's amendments, because they're just,
The shit.
the only thing they've got, the only thing they can do is give us amendments to bills. That's
But no, zero power, basically.
0 power. It's all amendments to bills. You can slow down, you've got a lot of amendments to slow it down, but the government really wants to do is rush it.
Well, that's why the likes of CPC, he's done it, that's what you walk. He's never really done it.
Why would you go? It's like a title.
Yeah, but then they're shitty. What am I doing with this guy?
Yeah, that's what we're getting the minister about. That's James Simpson.
Oh, yeah, but James, he's still around.
Yeah, he's literally in, he was the minister if they wanted. He was put there to be in this.
Yeah, but he's good.
But then once he's not a minister, they're never going to do. You remember the king?
Yeah.
She took the time.
Yeah.
And after 2 years.
Where is she now?
She went to Churchill for after 2 years. She literally just signed and said, I think it's no longer time. So she kept title and everyone. You don't sit there and you just can't be like, well, you get a nice time.
Oh, so you can do
You
that?
can do that, yeah. Angela wrote it to him. Because otherwise, everything you're going to do in life, you'll always have to tell the house to walk.
But she can still be baroness.
Yeah, keep the time.
Wherever the house will.
But you just don't attend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she can't, she's not applicable for that 300 quid a day. She can't.
You might tell, but also.
She don't need it.
Some people, yeah, some people, you know, you just work, you do other stuff, but it's the rest of your life. So you're a young man. Like, I've, geez, I know, if you're around me, I'm probably wrong.
Yeah.
But if you're at age now, you know, if you're 34,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, I agree.
you know, 40 years, you know, you'd be fine. You might enjoy it for the first 5.
That's a good point. It's a really
You do a bit of overdue, but it's like, it is like time yourself in a bit. I personally,
But also,
before I got elected, I used to think, God, I love Lords, all politics, no elections. You can really call yourself a Lord, it's one of
but then now you're there.
I actually do. No,
And actually, very few. It's not even nice, like, you don't remember the social clubs in Mayfair. You've got bars, restaurants, yeah.
I'd have done them. I'd have time.
Yeah.
I'd have time. You know.
That was defined objective.
Well, indeed, you could go in.
But if you do it for 3 or 4 years.
Go in, do a couple of years, and after a time, you go. Thanks. And plenty of them have done that.
I'm sure, so there's no wrong.
No, plenty of
Well,
them.
even if you go abroad and then whatever.
Yeah, just do wrong.
Do you know what I mean? You can actually wait for a year.
Well, my question I was in Turkey, Turkey. But it's
And it's all happy.
it is a question. So it's how you kind of what you want to do. You might get there and think I really want to talk for the next 10 years.
Yeah, you might be
Yeah, or you might stand there and say, I mean, I'm not sure she'll be bored. You know, try and say she'll be there.
yeah, you want to be for her 3 months because you need to oh yeah, council choosing this, you're saying, and she shouldn't have another. There's nothing else there, so that's why she had to be carried by the party. Practically, yeah. And she was in the book.
Yeah. And she's and there is a big
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to. It is. It's very white. Yeah. And it's very old. So it's like, 85 kilo. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool. Hello.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Yeah, how are you doing?
Very fun. Busy.
Yeah, same. I think we must be starting to.
Yeah. And for me, it's crazy now with the war in Iran.
Very much.
Things have changed.
Crazy.
Even the parliamentary program, you seem to be addressing more.
Yep, it's all statements and things about it's everything from energy bills to the foreign secretary to get people out of the region. Like it's all of it. It's just been a bit mad. But yeah, are you all right
Very
then? Oh, well. Are you up next?
No, I've just been.
Oh, you just, I think I'm up next.
Yeah, we're going to do Q&A. I think I'll pull this up.
Have you got the agenda? Is that the agenda?
Anything that's from yesterday.
Oh, as long as someone knows what I'm doing, that's fine.
Everybody knows you're coming anyway.
Oh, that's fine. That's all right. I'll speak a little bit.
I think it's questions.
Oh, all right, fine. That'll be nice.
So you're in PMQ tomorrow, right?
PMQ tomorrow, yeah. Yeah.
We're
I
looking.
think you're all coming down as well, eh?
Yes. We're looking for. Anyway, it depends. I'll get him to book.
Question two.
Oh no, I'm all right, thank you. I'm trying to be good.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to be good because I feel like someone said to me the other day, I'm looking very.
Bro, sign this in quickly.
Okay.
Someone said to me the other day.
When you finish speaking,
Very prosperous.
you're good. Are you ready again, bro?
Yeah, I have to go away.
Just wait, because when you speaking, you go and wait.
Okay.
So that when you come back, just remember.
So, is there a mic or anything? I'm just talking.
Yes. No, there's a mic.
What? You can talk.
I can just talk.
Yeah, it's good enough. Oh, yeah.
Next week is the big African week. You're joining us. I think they should have sent you an invitation now. But there's a state visit. The Nigerian president is coming. Are you sure? I need to check. Yeah, my office is supposed to have sent you. Okay, please. Yeah, because it's very important. It's first in 37 years. So it
The night I told you went to that,
the speaker has not confirmed, but he was with the king on Tuesday night as part of the state visit. And he's in Downing Street, I think on Thursday, and then he goes to Westminster Abbey to go and take the so okay. I know, okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. There's so many room for collaboration. So with post Brexit, so many things. I know because they've never been. If you've never been to Nigeria and see it on the map, you always underestimate it. Yes. Yes. Well, yeah, we'll have to work something out.
Right, they will only put to 3, okay?
Yeah.
So we'll wrap it up and then we'll do certificates.
Is there a way to turn that projector
Down.
down?
Yes, I think
Yeah, get it on.
I think we can take this. I think we can. Oh, it's still on. The blue light is still on.
Take it out. Yeah, take that. Yeah. Where is it?
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, so how do you switch that off?
I'm gonna switch on the projector.
The projector?
Yeah.
Because the blue light is.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Cool down. Okay. Outside all of that. Yeah. Okay. Get everyone in, no? Yeah.
Please make your comment. Let them go. That's what I mean. But what's now? We can show us some money. So the Ministry of Education and the yeah. Yes. But I don't know that that's personal one and actually. What is that? That's what it's I'm going to just look at this. What do you do as you when you're
Not the special conference back. Yes. What's the Nigerian MP? Yes. I need that one, but it's not a Nigerian MP. I need to give a Nigerian passport so I can get it. Can you nationalize it somehow?
No, I don't want
I thought you had to be Nigerian.
Musa, do you have the kind of photo you have already?
Yeah, the website, it has a website.
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, yesterday. No, yesterday I will drop it now. It's on the platform. No, I'm talking about the one here with 15 individual opening our seat. So that one you showed here is just for the year. No, I have one for the one we're doing. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. This is more important. If we're only showing our eating, they will do that. And then.
When you take the parliament, the video, you're going to be on television, national television.
That's right.
So that's why he was insisting that it first.
Because tomorrow you dress properly, because we want to dress properly tomorrow. What do you mean by dress?
You sent me the email.
I should come up because you sent it to me before.
But everything.
Because I mean, when you're dating, the quality.
No, it's supposed to be a concern.
We don't have anything on Sunday.
If
you don't have time.
Look forward to welcoming the Nigeria delegation. Meet me at Westminster Abbey. Westminster Lobby. Tomorrow at Parliament. Do you know what time you confirmed with everyone? What time have you confirmed?
No,
What time have you confirmed?
In theory, 11 o'clock.
Did we say 11 in the morning?
We are. We'll let you know.
Yes.
We'll let you know.
We normally go to the Supreme Court, spend an hour, and then we'll make it.
Okay. We'll keep time. 2 o'clock.
Yes, I know. Yes.
We'll see the parliament.
Westminster Hall. Yeah, and I'll send you a screenshot of the email to show you. I'll email you to the email.
Okay, please.
Let me introduce you.
Only two. Rachel, what kind of school?
Not to try and get everyone to turn that off. Otherwise, stand here and deliver it. That's not your own hand.
It was a mic.
I told them to change the battery, they didn't bring it back.
Well, also, one of the things, yeah, problems, yeah. From that side, I don't complete. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So only two doesn't.
But they are going to see why entities long.
Last.
Yes. All the laws are written in Latin, one can choose, but when there is.
That's what Nigerian kind.
You see how everything is in Latin. And I learned that.
Right, are we all here now?
I think.
Please, go ahead.
I think one's there and it's right. Wait, yeah. Right, because I'm conscious of the time, we want to give you these certificates as well, so, as I mentioned earlier on, when I spoke, that, we have our, chief guest here, Honourable Oliver Ryan MP, MP for Burnley, which is not too far from Manchester, and Oliver has been entrenched in British politics since he left university. He looks like he's just left university anyway because he looks quite young. That's a compliment. It's a bloody compliment. When you're my age, you'll be like be waiting for it, but it's never arrived. But actually, he's you know, been in the heart of the Labour Party for many years. Worked his way up, and leaders have liked him, and he is finally achieved his goal of becoming an MP, and he also is a chairman of a committee, APPG, All Party Parliament Group on Saudi Arabia. Very eager to visit Nigeria, hopefully next year, Godson. We need to arrange that. Maybe with your governor, we can do it.
Have to stay this like, it's like,
That's
like,
what we're doing.
whatever, Yorkshire.
Oh, really?
It's like Yorkshire, I've been in Yorkshire.
That's why it's pretty.
Ooh.
Very pretty, yeah.
The weather is.
It's cold as here.
Oh, well, that's nice. Oh, wow, very nice. So, we'll definitely arrange it next year. But, yeah, so Oliver has got he'll talk to you probably about how Parliament works in the UK. You're coming to Parliament tomorrow, we'll be hosting you there. But, you know, similar to how you run your legislation in terms of committees, etc. He also sits on committees, etc. as well. So it'd be interesting to have the conversation about how it all runs and how it operates. And if you've got any conversations about how the democratic framework is in the UK, then please do fire away and ask Oliver. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Oliver Ryan, and I'm a member of Parliament for Burnley, which is in Lancashire. Anybody follows the Premier League, you know, Burnley Football Club, a little bit. So we're back in the Premier League now, which is a big thing for this town. I'm probably one of the younger MPs in Parliament, so I'm 30, but I'm not the youngest. The youngest MP is 24. Still there?
He's the youngest, but he said he was a senior.
Not quite. So I was elected 18 months ago in the general election in 2024, when there was this kind of landslide Labour victory. The way Parliament works, as you probably know through your studies and elsewhere, is the government sit on one side, the opposition sit on the other side. And there's quite a few Labour MPs there at the moment, which I am one of 400 of. Generally speaking, my day and my job in Parliament have several different aspects. One is parliamentary work in the chamber. So that can be when you see the green bench of the House of Commons, that could be on statements, it can be on kind of questioning various ministers or otherwise. Might be all right, I think, but other. Could be questioning various ministers or otherwise. It could be putting a bill through Parliament. It could be trying to debate a budget issue. I think I'm all right. Well, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, fine. It might be debating a budget issue. It might be questioning a minister. It could be anything. It could be a statement on current world events and what's happened over the weekend. We do an awful lot in the House of Commons chamber itself. Secondarily to that, we do committee work. So I was on a committee called Public Accounts Committee, which you probably have a similar sort of version.
Yeah,
This is Mr. Watching the Money. This is what we do. So I was on the Public Accounts Committee for quite a long time. I really enjoyed that work, and it was kind of how you go through, really line by line, what different government departments spend on different issues and how efficient and effective a lot of it is. The committees that operate in the House of Commons operate in a kind of advisory fashion. Because of the way that Parliament is set up, it's different from a kind of American model. And you'll have to explain to me a bit more about the Nigerian model in a minute. But we have kind of the monarch, who's the ceremonial head of state, almost like the president. You have Parliament, which is very then separate from the courts, which is separate from the executive. However, in the British system, because of the nature of the constitution, you also have the executive, so the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, who also sit in Parliament, which is a bit of a mangled way of doing it. There is a beauty to the British system, the Westminster system, the mother of parliaments, whatever they call it, because of the way that it's evolved over time, because the constitution is unwritten. So as time moves by, things change. The law can change. There were some really big reforms that came through in 2006-7 about the role of the Supreme Court in public life. The courts were basically removed from Parliament and taken out into the Supreme Court, which I think you can also see tomorrow. But that's a relatively new thing. We used to have courts, the highest court of the land used to be the House of Lords. So it's all very odd how it all kind of sits together. So committee work is a big part of that, but it advises government ministers who basically have the power of constitutionally from the king to make decisions about particular departments. So the Prime Minister runs that government on behalf of His Majesty the King. The third part is my constituency work. So I represent a town in Lancashire, probably about 90,000 people, so it's not masses of people. I don't know what your kind of state, what's the population of your state?
Population?
Yeah.
About 1 million.
1 million? Yeah. Wow, okay, cool. So it's probably the size of Lancashire itself. So that's the size of the whole of the Lancashire bit, of which there's however many constituencies. I'm from part as a smaller town. But my job really is to represent them in Parliament in the work that I do. So that may be going to, say, question ministers or debate on bills. There's a debate going on today, for example, about the role of jury trials in the criminal justice process, which we'll vote on later tonight. And I also deal with an awful lot of casework. So I have a staff that will deal with correspondence for me from constituents, and I'll get an awful lot of emails and letters and others, questions for me to put to ministers or for me to pick up particular problems, be it around housing or health service or people needing particular help on a particular topic. They will contact their MP to do that. So you end up being both a kind of high street advisory service, almost like the citizen advisor as well. You also then become a legislator in Parliament, and at the same time you're trying to do committee work and party work at the same time. So it's a real diverse mix of 3 or 4 different layers of work. I often think the skill, if anything, in politics is to, number one, objectively question yourself as much as you can. So if you think a particular policy is a good idea, if you're able to absorb the arguments that are maybe anti that and question yourself 360 around the nature of why you want to make that decision, the values that are behind that decision, and the outcomes of that decision, I think that's important. But also, I think to bring people with you when you make those decisions as well. So it can be quite a complicated job. I think it tests your ability to think within layers. So you'll not only think what your constituents want, you'll think what's good for the government, what's good for the country, what's good internationally sometimes, because you'll see this week and last week, the international stuff can often change what's happening in the national parliament in the same way, can dominate a lot of our politics. But I often think actually the role is so evolving that no day is the same, no week is the same, and the world is kind of your oyster for a period of 5 years. So you're elected to this role for the whole time. That's basically how it runs for me on a day to day. I often find that I've done this before, and I think you probably get more out of a bit of a question and answer than me just talking at you. So I hope that's given a little bit of a précis of what I get up to on a daily basis. But does anybody have any kind of questions or anything you want to ask about the role of Parliament or what my job entails, how Parliament operates, how government operates? Is there anything particular anybody wants to say? Questions? Yeah? No?
As the incorrect order,
Yes.
we will then develop the key of questions in, because we operate a presidential system.
Yes.
in contrast to the parliamentary system that we have here in the UK. So perhaps when we listen more to your experiences in comparison to ours, it will evolve the questions that we probably want to share.
Yeah, completely. So the nature of the British Parliament has formed over time. As I say, under the Constitution, very medieval experiment. You'll see when you go to Parliament, physically the buildings are kind of 1,000 years old.
By the way, you said the first tour of Parliament because he is the first. I've never seen anyone give a talk like this. He's the historian.
That's right. Because some of it is 1,000 years old, and it shows really how power has evolved over time. So power that's gone from being held by the monarch at one stage, anointed by God to hold this role, to then becoming parliamentarian, which was often made up of noblemen, basically, that then went to parliament to make decisions because they were wealthy, and they could do. And then in the last kind of 150 years, 200 years, working class people then thinking, actually, how do I change the country and have a voice in the same way? And working class politics has changed really since probably 1910s, when the first kind of big reform changes happened. Not only to give those people the vote, but to make sure that the House of Commons, the House of which I'm a member, is supreme over the rest of the Parliament and House of Lords in particular. Without taking you through all of the acts about how that's become the case, we have what's called a bicameral system. So you have the House of Commons, which is the green benches, and the House of Lords, which is the red benches. The House of Lords is an advisory chamber, and it usually amends legislation that comes from the House of Commons. Bills can come from the House of Lords in the same way, ideas come from the House of Lords. If you're in the Lords, you're appointed usually for life. So you are just appointed as Lord, such a body of such a place, and then it's your responsibility to vote on and amend legislation through the Lords in the same way. Commons, you're elected for a short period of time, 5 years, and we deal really with all of the finance bills and finance measures, which gives you an issue. So there's definitely a question about when you are elected in the UK to your constituency.
Yeah.
Are they electing you or are they electing the Labour Party? And I think it's more party. I think it's more party because it's more personality. There are certainly some MPs who would be elected because of who they are.
But very clear, that's very cool.
People like that, who move parties and people, it's not they need.
Yes.
They won't.
Yeah.
I'm not established enough yet to believe that.
Well, I don't think you do, in this system, we don't have, but in Africa, you could be an independent.
Yeah.
You don't know what experience, so in many countries.
Let me put it this way. The
In
new,
Nigeria, there is no independent candidates. It's either you belong to any of the political parties.
Yeah.
And I was, just like I always appear very special, particularly America, which is based on ideology. I don't know much about the British Army.
It's about, it's exactly the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
You understand?
Only more. So the Labour Party.
But the question is, if, because yes, you are elected either for reasons of your party or your personality. These are some of the two things that people go into for. Now, if you are ideologically based by believing in the objective of the party, what the party stands for. So, the result is what, or let me just say that what you are saying, the people that don't talk from the party, they don't want to see their constituent or whatever, they find their ideology.
So completely right. That is massively frowned upon by reason.
Yes.
So, for example, the Labour Party is historically social democratic socialist party. Very different from the Conservative Party, who were typically the party of kind of landowners and people that own the factories and people that work in the factories. Yeah. People that own the factories and people that work in the factories. That was the difference. The olden time.
The lines are blurred.
The lines are slightly blurred now because of the way the.
I really support the I really support.
Oh, right. The way politics change, the way parties change, the way people consider themselves, the way they change. So there is an ideological difference because there are fundamental policy differences, which is kind of why people don't really do shit very often. When it does happen, that there are 650 MPs, and you may get a couple in a parliament that choose to do it. And more often than not, it's frowned upon because of that very reason. That if you were to go from, maybe not from a conservative to reform, it's both quite right.
Yeah.
But if you were to go from reform to Labour, that would be mad, but I bet we wouldn't have it.
So, I don't know whether you checked source this morning, after that, talking to Ted, essentially.
I saw that.
Yes, so from going from Labour to the Green Party, actually wouldn't be as bad as going from Labour to Reform.
Yeah, but it's all frowned, and more often than not, actually, what you get is people go, well, hang on a minute, I elected you to be, a Labour politician, you should go for a by-election. Well, there you go, you go to the party.
Yeah.
But it's because of the kind of looking nature, or it's kind of ebb and flow on the basis of the relationship with the person. Again, it's a British system of work that a lot of it is just kind of on the basis of feeling. So if, for example, you change party, you go from Labour to Conservative or whatever, and you're an MP, you suddenly get a petition for 20,000 people in your constituency saying you're going to resign.
That's right.
I think you should probably at that point feel the pressure to resign. You would feel pressure. Because you'd have lost the kind of confidence of people that are representing. But most of the time when people do make the transition, for example, the guy Andrew Gosnell, in essence, his argument was, well, my constituents have me from the Tory reform, so I'm following them.
Okay, that's fine.
You see what I mean?
And it's true, I told them him.
So, the shadow system, in essence is, when you set up a cabinet, so you have a home secretary, the home department, foreign secretary, foreign department, prime minister, etc. The opposition is the second largest party, sets up what's called His Majesty's Loyal Opposition. And they then are allowed to set up what's called a shadow cabinet, shadow ministers, etc. So all of the ministers that you have, your foreign secretary, I would sit on the other side of the chamber and I'd be the shadow foreign secretary. And it's my job to shadow what you do, to keep an eye on what you do. And when we do questions, which is once a week for every department, in the House of Commons, I will question you about what you do. The Prime Minister gets questioned by his opponent, leader of the opposition, And the foreign secretary will be questioned by the shadow foreign secretary, the home secretary will be questioned by the shadow home secretary. And in essence, the opposition is saying, if we were to win in the election tomorrow, these would be our cabinet ministers.
Do they have any
Powers.
appropriation?
No.
How do I shadow you if I don't have any?
No, they're just spokespeople. They get some support from the House of Commons to kind of do the department, and they maybe have staff. It's very minimal. It's very minimal. When you don't run the department, you have no powers, something like that. Your job is to just go.
Any more questions before I go?
Okay, lastly, please, Nigeria, our democracy is evolving. Most certain changes that are going on, and we have a serious conflict that African security and the nation. Now there is a call for a state police, and I'm sure you are aware that Nigerian are advocating for a state police. And we are also interested in the state police, but to get when it comes to the approaches to establishing state police, part of the challenges of this, how do you get it right away? The structure of the police, the structure of the police, yes.
So historically, this goes right back to Robert Field and the creation of the police force as an entity, which is again relatively new. It's only kind of 1800s that happened. And they set up usually on kind of regional boundaries. So, for example, Great Manchester have a police service. It won't be necessarily the size, it's some kind of cultural and regional understanding of boundaries. So, Lancashire, where I'm, have its own police. Well, that's probably about 2 million people. London has its own police, that's about 8 or 9 million. So I often think the police service, it's important to have the police have the legitimacy of the local population, whatever that may be. It can be state level or it can be national, whatever. As long as that legitimacy exists and there's a sort of sight line between, because ultimately when someone's arrested, they need to believe that the police officer that's arrested them, will protect their rights, is accountable for them. At the same time, the victim needs to believe that that police officer is going to be able to talk to them, to be able to care about the local area, know about the local issues. There's probably arguments you could make both ways, both to have it as a national or supranational, and to have a hyper-local state level, town level police. It would depend on different powers for different things. So, for example, we have a local police service in Birmingham that we made up of what's called police community support officers, like police officers, but they're sometimes voluntary, sometimes they might do a couple of days a week, but they're not full police officers. You then have like an armored division, so people with guns, and they will work on a regional basis. So they won't know what's going on locally, but if there's an issue that needs to be called out, they'll be there. So I think it's probably helpful to define what you need as a service first. What's the requirement? Is it for local, hyper-local policing and community understanding? Or is it for, big, and if it's that, then you probably need to provide the service, the locality, as opposed to what is quite often the way, trying to draw something on a map and making the service match the map. You're almost better off trying to make, the map, create a map that service wants to work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't give you a clear answer.
Yes, no problem.
So,
Yeah.
but it's an interesting debate.
I get your point.
It's interesting.
We have which decide as a medium by which other things. They don't carry.
Hold on.
I know. Yes, but now we want to have the but we have so at the subnation of the state, we want a state police that will have the capacity to be able to go and so rapid soon. And then you have the
I think you've got to sort of make sure I thought that stage it's all regulated and strong, but it also needs to be relevant to people, because ultimately it's the people at the other end, the new constituents, that will tell you whether they feel the police, the state police, will be strong or not. So,
Well, in terms of oversight, who should have the authority to fight?
our oversight is held of software. However, they're all accountable to the Home Secretary. So it's kind of a bit of both. So you operationally you kind of accountable to the chief constable, to the accountable to these commissioners. However, they're all accountable to the Home Secretary. So it's a mix. So it's basically more accountability is no bad thing.
I got it.
Thank you. I think we better use this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's commercial.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, we can go in this corner, I was saying. It's only gonna be one person, Just remove it. Yeah, that's what we're gonna need.
Yeah, but I get it.
You're gonna be, if you all, I'm gonna be here. Oh.
No, if you call, we can just go there because of the reflection. It's part of the reflection. Right. Yes.
Look at you rejected. Look at you rejected. Look at me. Okay, why you
We're going to present certificate of participation and attendance for this workshop. And this presentation will be done by all our resource persons, led by Professor Chris Imafidon, Professor Imafidon, Honorable Oliver Ryan, and Professor Elewichi Ukike, and our lead consultant, Chief Dr. Clifford, I think. And so the first in the list, and you can see the certificate is signed by all the 4 people here, all including Honorable Oliver Ryan. So we are honored to have the certificate signed by all these people. And putting it at home in your office, bringing it to your house. It's an honor to have this. So first, I call upon the lead delegates, or the lead delegation, the Honorable Speaker of the House, the 10th House of Assembly of Plateau States, to take the bow and receive the certificate, and then wait for all his members to join.
The bow is here, we're here.
Honorable Yeah, is there? Is that? We can't use it. Stay like Yeah, Isaac Dalio. Dalio. Hey. Are you promoting him, bro? Yes, it's close. Coming today. I'm going on. One water. That's right. Bastian, kira kawan? Joseph. Okay, we have only two Joseph in the. Joseph, yeah. Yes. Honorable Okay, what would it?
Yes.
Oh, gee.
Yes. All right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, okay. I see you. See? So you see what we get. I'm sounds like, yeah. I have nothing, but if you want Yes. Yeah, yes. Are you taking your chair? Yeah. BT. Oh, you want to that's consequences are Rachel, we're gonna jump down. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, on the go. That's what Okay, it's like, I'm going to see some shadows up and down. Okay, so that one is not part of it. Okay, when I see shadows up. Yeah. Yes, we live in the 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. We're leaving like that means we should be down. By night. Are you ready? And without saddles. No. No, if you want to take it back, fine. If you don't want to take it back, it's for what? You're taking it back. No, I'm not saying if you want. We just let it, we can still go to our friends. Yeah, you have just let it.
Yeah, I have to because Azu has so many things that he's trying to deal with. He just yeah, okay, somebody's calling me now. Is your Let me call my number from this.
Poi la palla da gioco. But why? What we are producing is not depending on the outside. Because they're just taking advantage.
Okay, please call me.
Then I find a discussion. Then I look at the fight. You know, for that I have to press. I don't know the brain for I say, then I have capacity.
Don't say, okay, now let's go. Yes. Okay. Okay.